Gail, should I just stay my wife tonight?
What's that, Chip?
Should I just stay Janice Marabasi tonight and
Yes, sure. I would if I were you.
yeah, she just yelled at me, you cannot.
Hey, Tom. Greg.
Hey, Joe, Greg, how are you doing?
Hey, guys.
Gentlemen, I'm finishing up eating, so nobody needs to watch that, but
Feels good to start a meeting in the light for the first time in a long time.
I would,
Yeah, same
let's
thing.
hope we can finish it in the light.
Wishful.
Yeah, tomorrow morning, maybe.
We have almost everybody. Don't see Jim yet.
Well, the Linfield horn just went off, so it's 7 o'clock.
It is.
Can you hear that at your house, Dave? The Linfield horn?
I don't know if I can hear it.
Yeah, my sister came and saw you.
Yes, she did. Yep, we took care of her.
You took her money.
Yep.
She said, I didn't think it was gonna be that cheap. I go, well, be careful, because they
Wow.
would have took more if they want.
Yeah. Oh, we are low though.
Yeah. Well, what was it, like 10%, right? Is that what,
It's $12 per thousand.
12%? Yeah.
Yep. And I just heard the horn from here, and I live right near Dave, so I think he's in the basement. That's why he didn't
Oh, yeah. Isn't this
Yeah, I am.
bomb shelter?
I am
Yeah.
in my bomb shelter, yes.
hear.
Mm, Appreciate everyone's patience here. We'll get started in a moment. Just looking for one more board member who I know doesn't want to miss any of this. Joe, you have the legal notice when the time is ready.
I do. The entire thing.
Mm-hmm. Have a few sips of water. Clear the throat.
I just saw a note that said he was having a computer problem and coming shortly, so if you want to
Okay.
notice, you could probably.
Yeah, so we can get started and we'll just recognize how many joins. Okay. So let me just start the captions. Okay, good evening, everyone. We'll call this meeting to order for the town of Wakefield. What's that?
Feedback.
All right. Just mute. Okay. All right, we'll start that again. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Town of Wakefield Board of Appeals meeting for March 22nd, 2023. We'll start with a roll call of members. Chip Tarbell,
Here.
Joe Pride,
Yeah.
Tom Lucy,
Here.
Greg McIntosh,
Here.
Mickey Feely,
Here.
Kasumi Humphreys,
Yeah,
and Jim McBain may be on
Yeah.
his. There he is.
Here.
Jim McBain, thank you. And your chair, Dave Hatfield, present. So full attendance here. And in just a moment, want to welcome Kasumi, the latest appointee as an alternate member to our board. Welcome. Looking
Thank
forward to
you.
working with you. And this is her first official hearing. And we will start now with the legal notice. So Joe, whenever you're ready.
Yep. Consistent with the governor's orders extending certain provisions of the open meeting law, every effort will be made to allow the public to view and or listen to the meeting in real time. If you do not have a camera or microphone on your computer, you may use the following dial in number 1-301-715-8592. Meeting ID 879-9581-8234, passcode 599196. Please use it. Please only use dial-in on a computer and not both, as audio feedback will distort the meeting. This meeting will be audio and video recorded. In compliance with the Americans with Disability Act, this location is accessible to people with disabilities. Wakefield provides reasonable accommodations and/or language assistance free of charge upon request. If you are a person with a disability and require information or materials in an alternate format, or if you require any other accommodations, please contact the town's disabilities coordinator, William Renault, town engineer, at 781-246-6308. As far in advance of the event as possible. Every effort will be made to grant your requests. Advance notification will enable the town to make reasonable arrangements to remove an accessibility barrier for you. 1. Continued hearings. 2. 23-60. Northeast Metropolitan Regional Vocational School District. Application for a party agrees for review of a decision made by the building inspector to construct a new school building. The property is shown map 40A, lot parcels ORS of the assessors map, and is located at 100 Hemlock Road. 3. 23-61, 23-62, Diane Purcell, trustee, Purcell Family Trust, application for a special permit under Article 4, Section 190-22A1F of the Wakefield zoning bylaw to add an accessory apartment to a single-family dwelling. Application for variance under Article 10, Section 190-66 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw related to a proposed accessory apartment. The property is shown as map 39A, lot parcels OTF, OT4 of the accessories map, and is located at 71 Whittier Road. 4. 23-63, Albion Flowers, Inc. Application for a special permit under Article 4, Section 190-2023 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw for a fast food in conjunction with a retail store, service establishment, and residential use. The property is shown as map 12, lot parcel 138 of the accessories map, and is located at 117A Albion Street. 5. 23-64, 23-65, Patrick T. O'Neill and Patricia A. O'Neill, application for a determination or finding with respects to a continuation and extension of a non-conforming use under Article 9, Section 190-50, pursuit of Article 9, Section 190-53 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw. Application for a variance under Article 10, Section 190-66 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw to add a front porch. The applicant is reconstructing a single-family dwelling that was destroyed by a fire as allowed by right. The front porch does not meet the requirements of Article 6 and Table 2 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw. The property is shown as map 12, lot parcel W42 of the assessors map, and is located at 26 Eastern Ave. 6. 23-66, 23-67, 23-68. Mira LLC and Sky Group Investments LLC, application for a determination and/or finding with respects to a continuation and extension of a non-conforming use under Article 9, Section 190-50 of this and Section 190-50B of the Wakefield zoning bylaw related to certain changes, extensions, and alterations to the premises, including a new additional building with a service establishment in conjunction with the existing hotel use. Application for a special permit under Article 4, Sections 190-23 and 190-45 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw for a service establishment use. Application for a variance under Article 10, Section 190-66 of the requirements of Article 6 and Table 2 and Article 7 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw related to a service establishment use in conjunction with the existing hotel use. The property is shown as maps 36W and 41, lot parcel 07A and 26F of the assessors map and is located at 1 Audubon Road, Board of Appeals.
Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome.
And Kasumi, just for FYI, this legal notice got published before you were officially sworn in, so future ones will list you there as well, just so you know. Okay. As we usually do, if we receive requests to continue matters on our agenda, we take those up first in case people are here specifically for them. We've received one from attorney Brian McGrell, dated today, March 22nd, regarding Granite's Family Trust LLC at 314, 330, and 336 Salem Street, Wakefield, case numbers 23-43 through 50, requesting that we continue the matter to our meeting on April 12th, and that we are still in the process of meeting with board member Jim McBain and revising plans. Lastly, please also let this letter confirm the applicant has agreed to extend the time for the board to render and file any decisions through May 31st, 2023.
I'll move we extend the meeting to, when's our next meeting, Dave? I'm sorry, I didn't pick that one up.
April 12th, Tom.
Yep, move to the April 12th meeting. Continue it to the 12th meeting.
And we have to agree on extending the public hearing to render a decision to May 31st. So we need both prongs.
Okay. I'll add that as a friendly amendment.
Okay,
I'll second that.
thank you. Any discussion on the amended motion? Our regular voting members, Tom,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Chip,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that is unanimous. So this will be on our April 12th agenda. Anyone is here for that matter. Okay, so we have two more continued hearings. And the new hearings you just heard read as part of a legal notice. Board members, I'm inclined to recommend we take up the new hearing with the Voc at 100 Hemlock Road first. I think we have several interested parties here as well as some other town officials. And then proceed with the rest of the agenda as noted, if that's okay, board members.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So with that, I will call the new hearing 23-60 Northeast Metropolitan Regional Vocational School District at 100 Hemlock Road. So who do we have representing the applicant here this evening?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name's Adam Braillard. I'm an attorney with Prince LaBelle Tye. We're located at 1 International Place in Boston, Massachusetts. Counsel for the applicant, Northeast Metropolitan Regional Vocational Technical High School. And as the chairman noted, we're here in connection with the construction of a new public regional vocational high school with accessory sports and parking facilities to be located at the existing location of the school at 100 Hemlock Road in Wakefield, also within the single residential or RS zoning district. What I want to do first is just introduce members of the development team and council who are with us tonight. And I know that we were, the agenda had us after the continued hearing, so hopefully everyone's here, but I will just keep moving forward. So with us tonight is David DeBari. David is the superintendent of Northeast Tech. Also with us is Kevin Nigro, managing director of PMA Consulting. He's our project management lead. Also with us is Carl Franceschi. Carl is the principal at DRA and our engineering lead. And David Warner with Warner Larson Landscaping. He's our landscape architect. And also with us tonight is Rob Schlein and Julie Berry. They're both partners with my firm, Prince LaBelle Tye in Boston. So what I'd like to do is just kind of go through an overview of the relief that we're requesting from the board and how we got there procedurally. and then also have the development team provide a general overview of the project. I want to show a quick 2-minute video of the project and then a short slide deck that I'd like Carl to go through with my help. And then I'd like to then further discuss or provide the board with the reasons why we're seeking the relief. And then obviously we're here to further discuss with the board the relief and the application, and then any questions that the board and the public will or has. So
Sounds good. Yep.
I'm sorry.
That sounds like a good approach. So.
All right,
yes,
great,
please,
thanks.
Please proceed. Yep.
Thanks. So we're proposing to construct a new school building, continuing the use on the property for educational uses. These educational uses are exempt from zoning relief under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 3, which is also known as the Dover Amendment, and we'll get into that in a little bit more detail. But we are requesting the board under the Dover Amendment to determine that certain residential dimensional and bulk requirements set forth in the town's bylaw and under the SR zoning district are not applicable as they relate to this project. And how we got here procedurally is we consulted with Town Council Tom Mullins, who directed us to file a building permit application with the building inspector, which was denied. And then we appealed that building permit denial to this board. The denial letter agrees that the continued use of the property as a school is allowed by right under the Dover Amendment. It also states that the project doesn't conform to some of the dimensional and bulk requirements in the town's bylaw and the reason for the denial, but that these non-conformities may be protected under the Dover Amendment, and that this board has the right to make that determination, and that's why we're in front of the board. As proposed, as the project is proposed, the 3 non-conformities are the new school building exceeds the maximum height of maximum allowed building height in the district, which is 35 feet or 2.5 stories, and exceeds the allowed driveway width of 20 feet. And the proposal does not comply with some of the landscaping requirements for 2 of its smaller parking lots. So what I'd like to do now is, and we'll revisit that after we kind of give the board and the public a sense of what this project's all about. But I want to see if I can share my screen and show the video of the project, and then hand it over to the development team to discuss the slide deck of the project. That's okay.
Okay, you should be able to share.
All right, great. So I just want to check to make sure folks can see that Northeast Metropolitan Regional Vocational High School emblem.
We do.
All right, great. I'm gonna play this.
Northeast Metro Tech is about education, and we are also about opportunity. When students start here in 9th grade, they explore a number of career fields before selecting one to study. They learn from experienced instructors. Our students leave here with a diploma and also with real-world skills. We want them to have every advantage when they are looking for their first job or when they head off to college. We want to provide our students so much more than our current building allows. This building opened in 1968, and it was a modern building for its time. But our teachers don't teach what was taught here more than 50 years ago any longer. We cannot accept every student who applies here because we don't have the physical room. Many of our shop areas don't meet the minimum state standards, and the building doesn't comply with the Americans with Disabilities Act, meaning some students have no or limited opportunity to attend Northeast Metro Tech. Our project team has been working on plans for a new building since the beginning of 2020. That team includes school officials, people from the construction trades, professional engineers, environmental specialists, and community members. We also took our plan out to our 12 sending communities, answered every question, and incorporated their ideas. We followed the very prescriptive MSBA design process at each phase of design, obtaining necessary approvals and state funding along the way. Last year, our communities voted overwhelmingly to accept millions in state funding to construct a new building in the location we are planning to build. When we open in a few years, we will be excited to have a new building, but we will be even more excited about all of the new possibilities. Our high school students and the postgraduate adults who come here at nights and on weekends will be training on state-of-the-art equipment. The new Northeast Metro Tech will be a modern community resource with facilities, staff, and technology to meet the needs of our high school students, our continuing education students, and of the greater communities we serve. Most importantly, we'll be able to accept more new students each year, with the design enrollment expanding to 1,600 students from the current 1,250 to 1,300 students. Every one of them will have an opportunity to find their passion and pursue their dreams. We can't wait.
So just a sound check, making sure you folks were able to hear that. And
Yes.
Okay, great. So that's generally a really good overview of the project and the need. The video discusses the age of the school and how many of the systems are antiquated and failing. The school enrollment of 1,250 to 1,300 students with a significant wait list, and some of the shops that don't meet current Massachusetts minimum standards, and some components of the school that doesn't comply with updated ADA standards. So clearly it's time for and there's a significant need for a new school at this location. What I want to do now is call on Carl. Carl, if you're there, I'd like to share my screen and then walk the board and the public through the deck that we have teed up for the presentation.
I'm here, Adam.
Great, and I can hear you. So what I'm going to do, if it's okay with the chair, is share my screen to show the slide deck. It's about 15 pages.
Okay.
Let me just make sure I can find it. Just going to make guys. Here we go.
Okay, thank you very much, Adam. For the record, again, I'm Carl Franceschi, principal with DRA Architects. We're the architects for the school district, and happy to be here tonight. Thank you for taking the time to get familiar with the project and give us the benefit of your review. We could go to the site plan, Adam. Thanks. So I know as citizens of Wakefield, you got to vote on this project a while ago, but you may not be familiar with some of the details. So we thought we'd take a moment to walk through where the project is right now and make ourselves available to answer your questions. This is an overall site plan of the property that the Northeast District owns and the location of the new school building relative to the existing. To get you oriented, Hemlock Road and Wakefield High School are at the top of the slide, and the driveway coming in towards the baseball diamond is right where the guard shack is and the current entrance to the property. The existing school is outlined in sort of orange there, with its parking in front and athletic fields on three sides. The new school, as you can see, is in the center of the slide there, on what is now a wooded hillside. And there's also a significant new feature of a new driveway access out to Farm Street that connects, as advised by the Traffic Advisory Committee, with a roundabout. The roundabout is to be finally designed and permitted and constructed by the town of Wakefield, but we are coordinating with it, obviously, and showing the connection there. Having the second way in and out of the site was of extreme importance to the project, not just functionally. For those of you familiar with the daily, traffic congestion that goes on at the mouth of Hemlock Road and Farm Street today, next to Wakefield High School, but just from a safety point of view, it's always good practice to have two ways in and out of a site, particularly one as populated as this school is, with over 1,000 students and staff and so forth. The basic strategy here, obviously, is to construct a new school while the existing school stays in operation, with as minimal disruption to that existing school as possible. And then once the new school is occupied, the existing school can be demolished, and in its place, a couple of new athletic fields and a sort of revised parking lot at that location. For those familiar with the site, you'll also know this is one of the sort of secondary access points into Breakheart Reservation, which is at the bottom of the slide. Actually, the power lines, the easement on Breakheart is first, and then the rest of the Breakheart Reservation follows. But the stone gates and the entrance to Breakheart remain in this project, and it's basically untouched. And that access will be maintained during the whole construction project, and the parking will actually be expanded and made available, not just the dedicated parking on a daily basis, but on weekends and after hours. The remainder of that large parking lot adjacent to the Breakheart entrance will be made available as well. The school itself is serviced by a service drive that circles the perimeter of the school. As you saw from that video, you got a feel for what's going on inside. Some of those shops are kind of industrial in nature. They do require overhead doors and service access and deliveries. And so that the service drive does circle the site there. There is a large teachers parking lot, visitors parking lot. There's a drop-off dedicated for parents to the early childhood program that the school runs. And so there's complete access on all sides of the building. As we met recently with the Disabilities Commission, the entire new building is completely and universally sort of accessible from those parking areas, and every entrance in the building is accessible from handicap parking spaces immediately adjacent to the new school. We do have a close-up. We could look at the next slide, I think shows it in a little bit more detail. We can see the first floor plan here. These are sort of presentation floor plans. I think we also shared with the committee, the board, the more detailed construction documents as they're in process. But the school is laid out on it's basically a 4-story building with a lower level. So there are actually 5 levels of the building. That's partially to deal with the sloping site that is being created here on the hillside with that lower level, but also to keep it as compact a footprint as possible for the efficiency of the building and the construction, but also to minimize the sort of environmental impact that the footprint and associated parking has, in trying to create this cleared area and obviously tree clearing that goes with that to create this construction site. The floor plan is laid out with the main entrance there on the left by the rounded administration area, but there are several other access points on the building because of the nature of the building. Along the lower, let's call it the south side, the bottom of the plan, there are actually 3 access points, again, all of them being accessible. In the morning, those are access points for students getting dropped off by bus. But during the day, the center one is a dedicated customer access, because the school does operate shop areas, career tech areas that are open to the public. It gives the students the real world experience of dealing with customers. But at the same time, we need to think of the security and safety of the project. And so we do have this dedicated entrance that serves those two areas, the cosmetology salon and the culinary arts restaurant, but those customers can go no further into the building than that. And they're limited to that access point. At the right-hand end of the building we've labeled it the events entrance to the building, because it's the assembly spaces, the multi-purpose auditorium and the gymnasium are located at that end of the building. And those are spaces that might be open after hours or on weekends when the rest of the school can be closed off. And so once again, there's a dedicated entrance there with a lobby and support spaces for those assembly spaces. At the rear of the building, which is at the top, there's also the dedicated entrance for the early childhood program. There are a few parking spaces there, and again, a handicap entrance directly into that early education program for parents dropping off their young children, 3- and 4-year-olds, because again, the school runs a real world preschool program with an accessible playground immediately adjacent to their space as well. The other thing to notice here is that the career tech areas, which are shown in the light blue color, are clustered together. And so the construction trades of carpentry and plumbing and HVAC and electrical are clustered together there in the center. As we move up the building, you'll see that there are other clusters. The program areas, as determined by the state Department of Education, has certain standards on the sizes that these career tech shops need to be based on the enrollment. And as you heard in the video, one of the real goals of this project is to expand the capacity of the school to be able to accept some of those students currently on waiting list year after year, so that enrollment will be increasing from 1,250 to 1,600 students. We could go to the upper plans, Adam, thanks. So on the second level, you can see the configuration of the plan changes into a courtyard configuration now, again with the career tech shops at the top of the slide there. Again, this is one of the clusters, design and communication programs. And then in the darker green colors surrounding the courtyard on 3 sides, but in close proximity to those shops are academic classrooms and science labs. At the left-hand end of the building in the cylindrical volume is the library media center, which is on top of that administration area. It really becomes kind of a focal point on that corner of the building, because that is the first corner of the building that you see coming up the new driveway from Farm Street. And then, as we mentioned, on the right-hand end are those assembly spaces of multi-purpose auditorium and gymnasium. And the 3rd and 4th floors are similar. If we go to the next plans, Adam. So the health services career tech areas are here. Again, the career areas wrapping around the courtyard on this floor as well. Notice that there are 2 elevators and there are stairs in multiple locations on all corners of the building to make the building efficient and functional from an operational point of view too. And the top floor has the remaining career areas. The 4th floor is the next plan, and has the superintendent, the district offices too, because administration is kind of distributed on each floor of the building somewhat too, just to provide good supervision throughout the project here. So that's the way the 4 levels stack up there. As we mentioned, there is a lower level underneath the auditorium and gymnasium side of the building because of the way the ground slopes. This building is tucked into the hillside on the left-hand side, but on the right-hand side, it's completely out of the ground. This is the auto shop, auto body, metal fab. They all have overhead doors. They all have high ceilings as required by the state. And all that is accomplished with the way that the ground is sloping on this side of the building. So that's the basic layout of the building, and here are the elevations. One of the issues, as Adam mentioned, is obviously this building exceeds the residential underlying zoning of 2.5 stories and 35 feet. We really are a 4-story building for the most part, but with that lower level, technically we're a 5-story building. and with the way that your zoning requires measuring the height of the building, when we calculate the average grade around the building and then to the highest level there, we're about 68 feet high. Obviously, that too exceeds the underlying residential height of 35 feet. So the section sort of shows that configuration. Notice on the right-hand end here, we've kind of reversed this section here. The right-hand end is the cafeteria and how the building steps back. We are trying to be somewhat respectful of stacking a 4-story building with the way that the volume steps back. And on the left-hand end is the auditorium end of the building on top of those shops below. And those shops are a full 20-foot high floor to floor, which is the state requirement. But with the way that the ground is sloping, you can see that's where the average grade does drop. The basic 4-story building is about 62 or 63 feet high. This is a good section too to sort of put this project in context here. Now, with the abutters that they technically don't abut directly to our project there. There is a town of Wakefield piece of property in between, but the June Circle residents there are the closest abutters to the construction activity, and they're over 700 feet away to the closest house there, and separated, as I say, by the wooded property owned by the town of Wakefield. The left-hand side of the slide, it has a significant amount of wetlands. You may be familiar with the process that we're going through with the Conservation Commission to align that driveway as sensitive as we can through those wetlands to avoid any impacts on the wetlands themselves or on the buffer areas as well. But you can see the general rise in elevation from Farm Street up to the plateau that will be created where the building sits, how it steps down one level, and then it goes back down the hill to connect to the existing level of the existing school and playfields. And just this close-up of the site explains those traffic patterns. As we say, zooming in on just the building itself, the new driveway is coming in from the left. We do expect a significant portion of traffic is going to arrive that way. This is a regional school. Students are coming from, a great many other communities. Many of them would be coming from that direction. And we've, carefully tried to segregate buses from cars, from parents dropping off students, and from pedestrian traffic as well. So in the mornings, as we say, we envision the bus drop off to be there in front of the building with those multiple entrances, because in the morning, buses don't all arrive at the same time necessarily. There's adequate room for them to queue up there, while cars would follow the red arrows through that parking lot area and drop off at the main entrance. And again, all of these entrances are handicap accessible. In the afternoon, when buses do tend to queue up, we would make use of the rear of the site as well. There is a driveway through there, as we said. Buses can queue up there. Students can be released at a couple of key exit points on that side as well. And again, the buses would be safely segregated then from the cars picking up students. This slide also shows the pedestrian connection point to the lower campus. That too has been a point of discussion for this project, obviously, in dealing with a change in elevation from the proposed new school down to the existing fields is somewhat over 50 feet in height. But we have created a boardwalk, ramp, and stair system that makes that connection into that point on the building, where obviously once you're in the building, there are elevators to connect all of the levels of the building. So this gives you a little bit of a idea of how the building sits on the hillside, that ramp and boardwalk system through the woods down to the lower parking and lower athletic fields. Although again, there is significant amount of handicap parking adjacent to the building. So, you know, as we've explained, we don't anticipate the ramps being needed, you know, on a daily basis necessarily. There are stairs and there are parking spaces to accommodate those who need it in close proximity to the building for both teachers, staff, and visitors. So a couple renderings to show the design of the building. This is that approach from the new driveway coming up from Farm Street. As we said, this is one reason that rounded form is on this corner of the building. It is kind of to announce the entrance. It is the most prominent corner of the building. And that is the main entrance there, just to the left of that cylindrical form. That blank stone wall there is kind of the wall of the cafeteria, and obviously focuses your attention into the main entrance there. And then looking straight ahead is where that drop-off area is, down towards the customer entrance and then beyond to the events entrance. You can get some feeling from that slide too of how it's cut into the site. If you look to the left there, you can see that there will be some blasting required to lower the grade and create this plateau off to what we refer to as the backside of the property. And then, so this might be considered the front of the property. This is the 4-story portion of the building, that front drop-off area to the multiple entrance points. In the center of this elevation is the customer entrance into the restaurant and salon. And in the distance beyond there is the gymnasium and the events entrance for after hours access. It is primarily a masonry building. You can get a feel for that here, with obviously some glass curtain wall areas, some metal overhangs in strategic locations, but predominantly a masonry building. And this is one view of the system of boardwalks, sort of a nature walk and stairs mingled in. And one of the refinements that we've made as we move through the design process is to make this more of a universal kind of path, so that there is more common path of travel here, so that all students who might be accessing the lower fields from the building would use a good portion of this ramp, and then would use the stairs as kind of shortcuts here and there. But it's not as though there's a total segregation where, you know, only people in wheelchairs are using the ramp and only able-bodied are using the stairs. There's more of an overlap to make a more common path of travel. And there is one driveway crossing required here. We do anticipate flashing pedestrian crossing signs. But as we mentioned, we anticipate the majority of traffic would be leaving and accessing the site from the other, you know, driveway, the new driveway coming in from Farm Street. So I think that's what we had to share with you this evening. And obviously we're available to answer your questions and listen to your feedback. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Carl, thanks, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And Carl, just a quick question. What we just reviewed as well, especially when you're looking at the renderings of each floor and the floor plans, that's been approved by the MSBA in connection with the education space summary, correct?
It has, as some of you may know who work here in Wakefield High School, the MSBA process is pretty rigorous and determined, and so they've reviewed first the education program, which, you know, outlined the decision to go to 1,600 students, and then the spaces required to accommodate those. As we said, the Department of Education has guidelines on how large each career tech shop should be. That's all combined on a form that does get approved by the school building authority before we even proceed into design. And then at several points along the way here, they've reviewed our design, both quantitatively, you might say, and qualitatively too.
Thanks very much, Carl. And And Mr. Chairman and members of the board, what I just want to do is kind of dig a little bit deeper into, maybe spend the next 5 or 10 minutes digging a little bit deeper into the relief, because I think that's important for everyone to understand. And then I think our presentation will be done, unless obviously, of course, we'll be here to answer questions. But this board may or may not know, but Massachusetts General Law section 40, chapter 40A, section 3, which I've already cited, the Dover Amendment provides in relative part that no zoning bylaw may prohibit educational uses or structures on the land, but the Dover Amendment though suggests or states that such uses may be subject to reasonable regulations concerning the bulk and height of structures, as well as other regulations considering yard size, lot areas, setbacks, parking, in similar bulk and height regulations. So the Massachusetts courts have interpreted this reasonableness to mean that this board may determine that specific regulations in the town's bylaws are unreasonable and not applicable if such compliance to those regulations would substantially, and I'm gonna read this directly from case law, would substantially diminish or detract from the usefulness of a proposed structure or impair the character of the institute's campus without appreciably advancing the municipality's legitimate concerns. So there's a lot there. So I just want to kind of break that down with respect to the 3 non-conformities that are in front of this board. So the first is the building height. The second is which Carl talked about. The second is the driveway width. The maximum allowed driveway width is 20 feet in this district. We're proposing a 24 feet, and I'll get into the reasons why. And then the third non-conformity is some of the landscaping, where there's a requirement for some landscaping in parking lots. So with respect to the building height, as Carl noted, the height of the building to the peak of the building is proposed to be 68 feet. Now, this is similar to the new Wakefield High School proposal, which will have a maximum height of, I think, 66 feet, or at least that's what's noted on its project website. But as you've heard from Carl and myself, the design of the building is driven by a number of factors. From a need standpoint, we've talked about the age of the building, some of the concerns with the antiquated shops. We currently have between 1,250 and 1,300 students. The new building will account for 1,600 students, which would address some of the issues with the waiting list for students to get in, but it still would not fully address the full extent of that list. We've tried to minimize the environmental impact by reducing the footprint, so that and when you do that, and when you have that need, which has been approved by the state agencies, you need to go higher. So that's the reasoning for, or the need for the height. And if the school were to apply, if the proposal were to comply with the height requirements of the bylaw, which are 35 feet or 2.5 stories, and maintain the same number of needed classrooms and facilities for its vocational and educational programs, as we talked about in the school space summary, the new school's building footprint would be more than 2 times larger than what's currently proposed, resulting in significant tree clearing, rock ledge blasting, and potential encroachment of unbuildable environmental resource areas. So it's another big reason why we're trying to keep the footprint of the building as small as we can, given the need. Also, the general intent of the bylaw restriction in the SR district is to allow for, the intent of it is to allow for basically single family height residential homes and to prevent encroachment of structures on residential uses and neighborhoods. And as we've seen in the renderings in the plans, the new school will be substantially set back from public streets, I think at least over 700 feet from the nearest resident, and mostly below tree line. I don't know if you saw that the rendering showed this, majority of the building would be below the tree lines, and therefore we believe that the visual or the visible and or concern of looming over residential neighborhoods just wouldn't be there. It's too far away. And for those reasons, we believe that with respect to the requirement for height or the height restrictions, or comply with that a uniform application of the height restriction on this project would greatly diminish the usefulness of the proposed new school building without advancing the town's concerns. And as such, in pursuant to the Dover Amendment, the height restriction as applied to the project is unreasonable, and therefore the applicant is not required to comply with that requirement. There's two other requirements that we're requesting relief from, which is the driveway width and the landscaping. With respect to the driveway width, again, it's the restriction is 20 feet. We're proposing 24 feet. You saw the traffic patterns. You saw that the need for the width of the driveway would be for a lot different than what residential uses use driveways for. We're going to be using the driveways for the drop off and pickup of students with school buses. And we believe that the increased width will allow for safe access by emergency services vehicles and equipment. And like I said, unlike residential uses, a school requires areas for school buses to frequently drop off and pick up its students. And moreover, and really probably more importantly, the ability for emergency services vehicles to access the school buildings is of utmost importance to us. And we believe that a 20-foot wide driveway restriction that may be applicable for residential uses wouldn't allow for buses and emergency services vehicles to adequately access the new school building. And for those reasons, we think that restriction is unreasonable also, and we shouldn't have to comply with such requirement. And finally, the landscaping, we're proposing 4 larger parking lots. 2 of the parking lots comply with the landscaping requirement, which the bylaw states that any parking lot over 40 parking spaces requires at least 5% be landscaped in the interior of the parking lot. So we've got 4 large parking lots. 2 of them comply. The 2 others are exactly 40 parking spaces each. And we propose not to include landscaping inside those parking areas because we have landscaping already proposed in the perimeter, and we're trying to reduce the footprint of those parking lots, and by adding landscaping, it would increase the footprints. So just in conclusion, and then we're here to answer questions, and I appreciate the patience of the board and the public. Considering the plain differences between the residential use governed by your bylaws and the new school use governed by the Dover Amendment, we believe that a uniform application of the bylaw to the project would be unreasonable because complying with such requirements would greatly diminish the usefulness of the project as a whole, to the point of nullifying the use exemption under the Dover Amendment without significantly advancing the town's legitimate concerns relating to the building height the driveway width and the parking lot landscaping.
Okay. Thank you for that presentation. At this time, open up to board members first, and I know we have some town officials potentially, I think, here, so we'll get some of their comments. Again, we've received some correspondence from some of them, but if they're here and they want to speak, they can certainly do so. And then we'll open it up to the public to ask questions or make comments relative to the information being presented here tonight. So we'll start with board members. I see a hand up. Is that member of the board? Yes, Chip, please proceed. You're on mute, Chip.
So I certainly understand the three areas that we're allowed to talk about. What I didn't see is any facts or anything about the driveway width or the parking lots. I mean, I saw a lot of nice pictures, but I haven't seen an explanation or a design of the driveway, nor have I seen a design of the parking lots and why they can't have landscape. So although it's been nice verbiage, I need to see a site plan. I mean, the presentation was nice, but it was glossy. Let's get down into the details and really find out why they need these two exemptions. Height, I understand. The schematics did a good job on that. It didn't do a good job on the other two, in my opinion.
Okay. I know the board had requested, I think through Bill Renault was helping us coordinate now from his ongoing participation in this project, but we haven't, I mean, we did get some information, but not a full site plan. So I don't know if, Adam, if that's something you have available or if someone on your team could share as part of this hearing at some point, that may help.
Sure.
Just go something beyond or with more details than what was sent to us ahead of the meeting. Do you have something like that? Or
Yeah, let me
someone on the
just,
team?
Chip, do you have the site plan available? Or Dave Conway?
David
I have
Warner.
the.
I
Go
have
ahead, Dave.
Dave Warner, okay.
Yeah, I'd be happy to share that.
Yeah, and I guess I'd like an explanation on why you don't think you can do the landscaping in the two parking lots that have the 40 spaces. What's the restriction that's gonna keep? I know you mentioned keeping the footprint down, but landscaping is impervious and trees as compared to solid pavement.
Sure. Through the chair, I'd be happy to answer that.
Thank you.
Okay, please.
Yeah, again, David Warner with Warner Larson Landscape Architects. I'm the landscape architect working with DRA Architects on the design of the project. So you can see my screen now, right, with the site plan?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So the light colored green islands in these parking areas represents the 5% or greater of landscaped interior of the parking lots. The two parking lots that we're talking about that are 40 spaces each are these two parking lots over here. And they are exactly 40 spaces. And it's when we were laying these out, we were coming close to that criteria. And to comply, we could simply remove one parking space from each of these lots. And it seemed arbitrary to do that because they are compact, consolidated lots. There is a little island here. There's landscaping that's going to be around them on all sides. And we felt it was more appropriate to include that with the relief application or discussion to as opposed to just lopping off a parking space on each of these. So we could technically comply by eliminating parking space on each of those two lots, but understanding that the larger lots are meeting that criteria, and it's obvious why the town has that criteria for larger lots because of the environmental benefit and the aesthetic benefit of having a landscape interior. But you can see that these two more remote lots, we feel anyway, by carving out a little space for landscaping would eliminate parking, and then we'd be compliant. So it's sort of like a chicken and egg type of a situation. We felt it was appropriate to put this on the list and to hear what you had to say about it.
So do you have a diagram or a plan that shows the landscaping around them?
So in terms of plant material, no, we don't have proposed like trees, for instance, around them. It is a landscaped area.
So we're just taking your word that it's going to be landscaped. It's not in the plan, it's not been approved, it's not been costed out.
Correct. We do not have proposed additional tree planting associated with the perimeter of these parking lots, and that is something that this project would be very willing to incorporate to that standard to represent it. It still would be 40 spaces, and if this board is willing to consider perimeter landscaping meeting that criteria, we can provide that.
And there is existing as well. I'm sorry, this is Carl. Yes.
Yes, there's existing mature vegetation on the north side, or west side, actually. North is to the right on this plan. And then surrounding this area, this happens to be abandoned former basketball courts that we're taking advantage of for more remote storage of school vehicles. Some of the vans and vehicles that are used less often would be parked out here.
Okay.
If we want to talk about the driveways on the same plan there, we could also. You can see, again, this is Carl Franceschi with DRA. You can see the curving nature of these driveways, both coming up the hill from the current guard shack location of the existing school and the new driveway coming in from Farm Street. They both have been, I don't know if tweak is a proper engineering term, but they've been massaged to avoid wetland buffer areas. And so they do have some slight curves in them and changes of direction, which, as Adam mentioned, both for school buses and for high school drivers, it certainly seems appropriate and reasonable that having two 12-foot wide lanes for two-way traffic is appropriate and reasonable here. That's why that is being proposed. Primarily, you can see for the driveway coming in, there's a few little curves there that are specifically there, which if we didn't have the constraints, the road would have been straightened out most likely. But in order to avoid some wetlands and some buffer areas and so forth, you can see there are curves there, and there will be times, morning arrival and afternoon pickup, when there will be somewhat significant two-way traffic as people are coming to pick up and buses are leaving and so forth.
Yeah, I have no problem with the width of the driveway. I think that's appropriate and correct. I guess what I'm struggling with is that we're seeing this at a schematic form. I mean, we're so used to seeing real drawings from site engineers with real dimensions, and not in a schematic form, but real landscape plans. I'm just surprised at this, when you're asking for relief, that we're doing it off of a schematic. That it just doesn't seem right to me. It's not how we normally look at things. And I get that you're falling under the Dover Amendment and all, but these are not plans, Mr. Chair, that we normally see. And I want to do everything in my power to help, but I don't feel like we're getting a lot. I don't know. It's just doesn't feel. I don't feel. I'd like to hear what other board members have to say. I'm done kind of at this point.
Okay, I see a couple other hands up, but yeah, I want to park the landscaping thing. I think we're going to come back to that, but we'll hear what the others have to say, and then we'll proceed from there. So Jim, I think your hand was up next.
Yeah, so we've got these nice renderings and the like, but I'm wondering how much of this building is seen from Farm Street? Basically, how much is hidden behind existing trees or new trees? Has anybody ever looked at that? Because it's probably the bottom of this building's probably 100 feet up the side of the hillside, and then we're going to add another 80 or so or 60 feet on top of that. I'm just wondering how much of it we actually see from Farm Street or other vantage points. Has anybody looked at this?
Hi, Jim, Adam Braillard. We can share the screen of one of the renderings that shows the distance from the closest public road, if that gives you, if that would help.
Well, I haven't, if you haven't shared with it already, I mean, we saw something there, but that didn't really do it for me.
Okay, that's what I'm referring to.
Now, that doesn't work. I mean, we get to Chip's point, basically, we generally get a much better of people. Now, that's not going to do it for me because I have no idea from Farm Street. We usually basically take some photorealistic stuff that we get and a building is superimposed in it. But this is not telling me anything that I'm fearful of. Basically, this thing is, you ask about height, but there's, this, you might be looking for 68 feet versus 35, but height also has, because there's nothing between here and the road. What's this thing look on the hillside? How much height does it really have in relationship to the overall neighborhood? And there's no answer here.
Has your team looked at that at all, Adam?
Let's see, Carl or
We have, and I apologize, it's not labeled on this plan, but I believe we've submitted the engineering drawings, the same ones that have gone to Conservation Commission, which do obviously have significant grading information on them.
You're asking us to create it by looking at a plan with grading elevations on it when I'm looking for what's it going to look like.
We can produce that rendering. There are significant trees. I'm sorry if I misunderstood that you felt there was nothing in between. There are significant trees between about 500 or 600 feet of forest between Farm Street and the building.
Yeah, but I mean, it's also going downhill. So the tops of those trees, the further down the hill, are not going to basically cover this building. So what is the actual image that's going to happen on this thing? I'd like to see that to know how this thing looks on the hillside.
We could produce a view like that.
So also when one of the renderings, it showed that on the uphill side of the school, it looked pretty bare, like trees had been taken out there. I don't think it represents what you're actually doing in the rendering. So it almost looked like an uphill field in the rendering on that side. It's not that one. It's probably further on. It was near the end of the slides, I think. While you're on that one for a minute, can I ask if there's going to be any sort of shuttle bus between the field, the lower field and the building? I mean, you're not going to ask somebody that's handicapped to pedal their way up the hill to the building? Is that the program? You can skateboard down, but you can't skateboard up?
This is Carl again. The school does own a vehicle, a van, not exactly a shuttle bus, but a van. And as we said, first of all, that those who need to will park adjacent to the building and access the building, from handicap parking spots. Those that need assistance can be assisted with the van.
But is that part of the program? Do we know?
Mr. Chairman, this is Kevin Niger. I can answer that. At the Disability Commission hearing, the superintendent of schools did answer, I believe, questions about that. And the school does have shuttles, does have buses, and if required, he had mentioned that they would be utilized from lower to upper site.
If required, I mean, look at what this thing is. It's almost a ski hill.
So, sir, I'm going to let Carl
I
answer
can't
that.
imagine it's not going to be required.
If I could, Mr. Chairman, I'll let Carl answer that as to the This is a handicap ramp that is 100% ADA and mass compliant, and I'll let Carl please answer that question.
Yeah, the
It's not-
the
it's
slopes
not a-
are all less than 1 in 12, and the sections of ramp are no longer than 30 feet with intermediate landings, all is required. So-
And I think this is David Warner again. We also are, the school has made a commitment that any students who require accessible parking for access to the school can park at the upper level. So that's for staff, visitors, and students who need access to the building. There's accessible parking in the front, in the main lot, at the pre-K drop-off area out back, and then also at this lower level entrance. So the accessible route to the fields, to the lower campus, which I'll switch back to the overall plan, is really to comply with the code requirement for accessibility to all facilities. So on a campus setting like this, when there's after school programs, students going from the building down to the fields, there is an accessible route to that, which will be augmented by assistance by the school administration with their program for shuttling students who might need it, in addition to those who are able-bodied. One of the things that we heard from a parent of a child who currently goes to the school, that a child that is disabled in a wheelchair, that child, her child wants to be with the rest of the students as much as possible and has the ability to navigate ramps like this. And so the inclusive nature of it that Carl was describing in terms of a common path of travel is a deliberate design intervention that we've made. And it's a revision, to be honest, it's a revision and I think a betterment to the design of it since having those meetings with that advisory group to the school with regard to accessibility. So going up a section of ramp, taking some stairs, going up some ramps, stairs, ramps, going up ramps, and then stairs, and then ramps. All those ramps that I just mentioned are part of the common path of travel. And then the ramps that go beyond that are out of necessity in order to traverse that elevation change under a 1 in 12 slope.
I understand you're meeting the requirement, but I'm going to tell you, I had to go through this with a disability group in Boston when we were doing a project, and we spent half a day and we all went in wheelchairs. And I'll tell you, going up those hills and having different type of surfaces and the like is a real challenge, basically. So I don't think any of you understand how much of a challenge that is, particularly going uphill, and how tiring it is. Now, maybe they got their friends to push them up the hill. I don't know. I just find it disconcerting in a way. And I hope there's a program in place for those that are disabled enough and aren't powered wheelchairs that they get from one place to another. Because walking with their friends might be nice and probably they want to do it. But there is a limit basically on this at this point. So that's my concern. The one other thing I got for a question before I sort of break here and let somebody else job on this through, is at this point, sort of the 3 items that have been picked up, everything else meets the zoning code. Is that what I heard? There's only 3 items in which we do not meet the zoning code. So there's everything else on this project meets the zoning code.
Mr. McBain, it's 3 items, but there's 2 in 1. So the building height and maximum stories. So that's, if you consider that 1, then yes, it's 3.
Okay, thank you.
Like all the driveway widths, like in the parking lots, those aisles are 24, the spaces meet their requirements, the number of spaces, obviously, I think you're required to have 418 or something if I saw, and you have 470. So you've got enough parking, right? So it's meeting all the parking. The request for the driveway width is just for the driveway, right? And the drive aisles, but the actual interior of the parking lots meet the requirements as
That's
well,
correct.
right?
That's
Okay.
correct, sir.
Other than the landscaping, well, we're parking that for a moment, but to Mr. McBain's point, I think it's worth making clear that all the other aspects of a single residence zone and the requirements dimensionally, just to be clear for everyone's benefit, that you're asserting that they're all being met except for the ones you've requested relief for. And that's what we're here to discuss.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's right. We're here to discuss those three issues.
okay. All right, I'll move on. Let's keep going. Joe, Pride, your hand is up.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, just a couple questions on the height. What's the number of stories and height of the existing school? Do we know that?
This is Carl, Mr. Chairman. The existing building is a two-story building with a lower level, a partial second floor and a partial lower level. The height, I don't have the exact figure, but I believe it's in the vicinity of 30 feet.
Okay. Do we know, in respects of the new building roof and the old building roof, do you know how much higher the new building roof is elevation wise?
I could calculate that.
Because it's sitting on a hill, right? So it's going to be the main floor is already 20 feet, I'm assuming, or 30 feet above.
It's probably 85 to 90 feet above the existing building.
Did you know this, like when you designed this building, that you were gonna need relief? I mean, you thought about this way back when, about you were gonna need relief on number of stories and all this?
Yes, sir. Our firm does design a lot of schools throughout the Commonwealth. We're familiar with the Dover Amendment. Some towns do not refer to it as relief. They refer to it as review of reasonable dimensional requirements. We knew we'd be under that restriction and review, yes.
All right, yeah, thanks for that info. Basically what Jim was saying, though, it would be nice to see some kind of some photos superimposed, if we could, from Farm Street. That would be helpful to me anyways. That's it. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Kasumi, I see your hand up.
Thank you. I have a question on the full parking spot by the preschool entrance. I was wondering if the program's been worked out for full parking spot for the parents to drop off like small kids is enough. I don't know like how congested it's gonna be with the bus pickup timing and the parents drop off timing. And then I see if that 4 spots is full, then it looks like another one is going down to the one level down to the 11 parking spot, and you have to take your small children up back to the preschool entrance area. And I don't see any like pedestal like walkway or anything like that. I was wondering if you need to increase the number of the parking spot there.
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Fortunately, the schedule for the early childhood preschool program is staggered from the arrival times of the high school students, and the dismissal times are likewise staggered as well. So we do feel that certainly relieves the congestion aspect of those parents coming and dropping off. But we do feel that the 4 spaces there are adequate because the parents aren't there for very long. They literally park, walk their child in, are met by a supervisor who then, takes the child, and the parent gets back in their car and leaves. So they're probably less than 90 seconds each. So there's very high turnover. And there is some adjacent pavement there. That is a service area behind the building. So even though they may not be striped spaces, if there should be a little bit of a wait, the cars can certainly wait there. If those spaces were full and the parent wanted to continue around the building, they could simply drive around basically the other side of the building and enter at the same level. There's parking right there at that so-called events entrance. that's at grade, again, handicap accessible. It is customer and visitor parking there. So that is, you might say, the overflow parking for the preschool program. And they come right in across the lobby, and they're at the same point in the building. So we feel reasonably comfortable that that kind of situation is addressed, but we appreciate the thought.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Greg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I had more of and I guess I'll address my questions more to Mr. Braillard as the lawyer. My question, I guess, is more of what we're being asked to do, and I guess I'll use that lower parking lot just as an example. We're essentially here for, not essentially, we are here because of a denial of the building permit based on what we're trying to render a decision on is simply applicability of the Dover Amendment, right? And really the sort of two prongs to that, whether, you know, educationally, we're really just obviously educational here use. I don't think anyone's questioning that. And then the reasonable or unreasonableness of the applicable, as you pointed out, the 3 or 4, depending on how you count it, sections of the bylaw. I understand totally the height. I you know, already understanding there, getting there on the street. But I guess what I'm questioning is, especially on the landscaping down in the pavement, down in the parking lot area. You know, Mr. Warner, I think, mentioned, you know, we could get away with, or we could take away 1 parking spot in each, then would meet the bylaw. However, we thought, you know, in sort of the spirit, we would be better off coming with 40 and not trying to meet the, to me, it sounds like in that respect, you're asking for a variance, not for whether it's unreasonable to apply the, well, I didn't hear anything about that it's unreasonable to apply the 5% requirement in a 40 or more space parking lot. You had mentioned, yeah, it is reasonable to apply to larger parking lots, but there was no evidence or testimony, argument, whatever you want to call it, that it's unreasonable to apply it there. I mean, are we even allowed to, in my mind, right now, where it stands, where, you know, that we're not even allowed to just say, yeah, okay, I understand it, you're just trying to get by with the spirit.
Yeah, Mr. McIntosh, if I can jump in, if now's an okay time.
Yep.
Yep. So the overall request or ask is that this board review, it's a review of reasonableness, of the reasonableness of the dimensional requirements, including the landscaping. We are not asking for a variance here. We're not asking for a special permit. We're not asking for site plan. The way that the town council redirected us to move forward is that this application or this development falls under Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 40A, Section 3, the Dover Amendment, and that if you're moving forward, and so the proposal is allowed by right, subject to any non-conformities being determined to be unreasonable for the use. So there's no special permit required, and there's no variance asked.
Correct.
And I just want to make that crystal clear, because I have seen some correspondence that suggests that we're requesting a variance. We're not requesting a variance, so we don't need to make those arguments. We're making the arguments under the Dover Amendment. And I understand I think I understand what you're asking is you're trying to understand the reasonableness test with those parking lots that are 40 spaces each, and why we're not proposing to include landscaping there.
Correct. All I heard was, you know, we understand that it is reasonable for larger. We don't want to do it here because it is smaller. I didn't hear any evidence basically what I heard was an argument to request a variance. I know that's not what you're doing, but that's more what it seemed like in my mind than any evidence that it is unreasonable.
Sure.
And I think a little bit with the driveways also. I heard a little bit of evidence there, whether it's persuasive or not, sort of getting there, but I heard none of that with the 5% internal in the parking lot requirement.
Okay, and I think we touched on it a little bit. One of the reasons why we are not including landscaping in those smaller parking lots is because we are proposing to include landscaping in the perimeter. And we believe that satisfies the requirements of the bylaw, which are, or the intent of that, which are to not, to include, pervious surfaces in those areas. And I think, and David, I think you were doing a much better job than I at this, but if you could kind of reiterate what you said and why we went down that road. I think you might be on mute.
Yeah, let me share my screen again. I think the question, as Mr. Tarbell brought up in the first set of comments, was what is landscaping? And we've left the perimeter of these parking lots adjacent to landscaped areas. This is a mature area along the west side of the smaller lot, and on the west and north sides of this more square shaped lot is mature vegetation. And the project would be able to incorporate additional planting to satisfy this board's desire for a certain type of landscaping, but it is landscaped. And I think the point that I was making is that landscape adjacent to the perimeter of smaller lots has a similar benefit to what the intent of the zoning requirement of 5% of the interior, as you can see in this larger lot. It has a comparable environmental and aesthetic benefit to have landscape adjacent to smaller lots around the periphery. These being 40 space lots, if another alternative approach to resolving this would be to make them 39 space lots.
Yeah, I mean, that just seems like, that I'm not opposed to the approach. It just seems like you're giving us mitigation evidence, not evidence on why it would be unreasonable. And that's what, at the end of the day, we need to hear, right? It's that it's unreasonable for you or for the project to comply. What I'm hearing is evidence that it will mitigate. Great, that's awesome. I appreciate that, but I'm not hearing evidence on why it's unreasonable. And maybe we just move on and we come back to this at another time, but that's sort of where I stand with that one.
Okay, thanks, Greg. I see a couple more hands up. I'm not sure. Paul Rubicki, if you remember the public, we haven't opened it to the public yet. So please hang on. But Bill, I know we've
just
talking about this, and as the town engineer and someone who's familiar with the project, I'm sure you've got some thoughts here. We'll like
yeah, just talking about Greg's question. So as part of the package, there was a letter that was developed by town council that kind of gave you essentially the playbook that you have for this process. And so that was done, strategically, so you would all understand how this was going to work. I think there's a couple pieces to understand that they're talking about specific items, but you're allowed to apply reasonable conditions. That's the general framework. They talk about, the specific dimensional requirements. That's one aspect of it. I mean, the project can't flood out neighbors. It can't cause traffic problems. Those are all part of the review too. So, keep in mind that it's not, it's not as focused, I think, as it's being relayed. My suggestion would be that for the requested, relief, if we're going to call it that at least a description is provided to the board as part of the process. I mean, we asked for that as part of the application. I don't know, that didn't really come through, at least in the letter that was included in the package that I read. So maybe having, the design team come back with a kind of a detailed outline that explains why they need the relief and some backup to it, as opposed to just kind of the presentation that was provided. This way the board can kind of read that and ask questions appropriately. I think that would make sense. If I could suggest that, Mr. Chair.
So to that point, I am fully aware of the Dover Amendment, having experience with it, but they do need to provide, and Mr. Braylock could correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the burden is on the applicant to show that the relevant sections of the bylaw are unreasonable. It's not on us or not even on us to say, great, they're mitigating it. It's to show that it's unreasonable. And I'm not opposed to the approach. I've said that. It's just what the evidence presented to us has been is not, to me, on that one, there is no evidence that it's unreasonable. It's just evidence that we want to do this and we're going to put some stuff around it to mitigate, not that it's not meeting the unreasonableness burden of proof.
Good, better way to say that.
Greg, did you read the presentation, or Bill even get the presentation that Principal Bell did on February 21st, 2023, outlining the denial, supporting statement appeal of denial of the building permit? Because it actually goes into all three areas with a description, I think, of what you're talking about.
No, it does, but then just in that section, there's just a conclusory statement that says it is unreasonable. I went through the two presentations that they have, that are packages. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, the letter written on
Yeah.
February 21st.
Yeah, if you look at that
It
section.
talks about the building height, it talks.
No. I'm saying just for that section, they just have a conclusory statement that says the 5% is unreasonable. There's no building height to give evidence, driveway they give evidence, that it's just a conclusory statement.
Yeah, and just to through the chair, if it's okay, just to follow up on what I think Mr. Renault was asking for, I think we've provided that through those letters. So I'm not sure what else in addition that you would need for that. I understand, Mr. McIntosh, what you're referring to is you would like to see a little bit more evidence of the landscaping in parking lots, why that would not be reasonable for this particular project. Completely understand that.
Yeah, and I'll leave it there.
Or perhaps add the landscaping, and then you don't need us to make that finding.
Right, and that's
I think what you're hearing is that the board is questioning that across the board. No pun intended. And
I mean,
maybe
the other problem is they can take away a space and not have to have landscaping.
that's what I'm saying. If they just change the project a little bit and put it in somewhere, put a space somewhere, allocate a space or two in the middle of those lots somewhere, figure it out, put in some landscaping, they lose but they're still meeting the parking requirements of the bylaw by a good amount. So losing a couple spaces to satisfy this condition, it takes it off the board completely. So
yeah, and not to advocate for that, but I'd rather a correct procedure than simply because, oh, this is, kind of what we want to do and we were close. That doesn't seem right to me.
Understood on the parking and landscaping, and we'll work with and talk with the development team on that.
And so, Bill, to your point, yeah, there are certainly other aspects that we could consider. We did ask about traffic. I haven't seen a full traffic report. I haven't seen anything from their consultant or from RTAC yet. I know it's been reviewed, right?
TAC memo did come to you before this meeting. We received it today from our consultant. So that was forwarded over with some recommendations. I think the only thing we haven't seen is a full site plan as well. Hasn't been provided to the board. That probably should be provided.
Okay, I may have missed it. There was a lot of correspondence coming through the mailbox today.
Yeah, it should have been towards the end of the day today, at least my working day. So somewhere around 4, maybe 3:30, somewhere around there.
It was from
It'll be included in my email.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll look again. I may have missed it, but okay. So, but we do understand that again, as part of this, the traffic pattern, the driveway width and that ask, just understanding what the recommendations are of the TAC relative to their own study. It would be good to have that information. Again, it still goes to the reasonableness test of what they're asking for, but I think having enough information to just, make a more informed decision, I think is the benefit to the board and to the town and the project. So we asked for full site plan, as Chip said, stamped engineering site plans, right? Not schematics. I think that's what we expected when we asked for them. I think through you, Bill. I imagine the team has them, but we haven't seen them. Site civil plans that show grade changes and, full detail, right? We always see them on projects, especially something of this size and scope. A full landscape plan. We would certainly expect everything to be fully irrigated, and whether or not all the species are known at this point, at least a full plan of some kind. And that would include the parking areas. So there's definitely some plans here, Adam, that had been requested, I believe, and we have not seen. We've got a couple of packages with some schematics and some tables and so forth, and the zoning assessments. But I think the board is looking for a little bit more.
But Mr. Chairman, I'm questioning just what we get and what we don't get. And back to Greg's point, is whether or not, this is not full site plan review. So, I know I brought it up, so I'm not trying to backtrack at all, but it comes back to the reasonableness versus unreasonableness. And do you think that site plan is going to help us determine the reasonableness of the driveway width as compared to what they're presented? It's not a full site plan review. We as much as I'd like it to be, and as much as I'd like to get into the depth of what we can, the Dover Amendment took that away from us, right? The Dover Amendment, the state took it away from us when they created the Dover Amendment. We don't get to review this project like it's a reasonableness test.
Yep.
So I just question where the lines of reasonableness come and what's allowed and what's not allowed, and what we can request and what is unreasonable to request.
Mhm.
And
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, just following up with what Mr. Tarbell said, what we've provided was what we believe to be the necessary information for the board to make the determinations on the requested relief. If the board is making the determination that in order to make a finding either way that you need more information, that we'll certainly be we're here to listen to that and provide what we collectively think would be the additional information needed for that.
Okay. Anything else, board members? Okay.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mickey.
I didn't want to reiterate what Jim was saying earlier, but I think I will. Just something with a little more context on height. This is 100 feet taller than what the old building was. And is it gonna, sprout out of the ground? Are there pictures from the street that can be taken that shows it over the treetops, or that's below the treetops, or just drop in an image on a topographic map, or however that gets done, so we can get a sense of exactly what the extra height is and its reasonableness. I know you showed us the plan that shows the ledging and stuff, but it doesn't really do it. So if there is any more you can provide on that, that would be great. Most of the buildings we have in front of us, and I know this is kind of a different sort of review, but shows the building more in context, and in order for us to give a blessing on the reasonableness, a little more context with the height would be good.
Okay, thank you, Mickey. Okay. All right, so at this time, we'll open it up to the public for a comment or question, again, relative to the scope of what we're being asked to do. If folks stray from that, I'm going to tell you now, I'm going to cut you off. Because this is not an open forum, as you said, to discuss the entire project and the MSBA process and things that are under the purview of the Concom or other town agencies, right? You've heard now for an hour and a half what this project is about, what we're being asked to review. So I ask you up front, please keep your comments and questions relative to what we're talking about tonight. Okay. I'm just stating it up front. So I'll go in the order I see hands up here. Mary Judge. Please state for the record your name and address, please.
Hi, Mary Judge. How you doing, Dave? 16 Eaton Street.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I'm not getting this right. I just wanted to know if there's been an environmental impact study provided to us. I don't know if that's within the scope of this meeting or not, but I'm just I haven't seen one, so I'm just wondering, you know, that includes endangered species and habitat. So, thanks.
All right,
Mr.
so that is a
Chairman?
bit out of the bounds of what we're talking about, but is that a yes or no answer that you can provide, Adam, that is available perhaps in another forum?
I don't have the answer to that, but that's not applicable to this application.
Okay, Paul Ribicki.
Yes, good evening, Paul Rabicki, Parker Road in Wakefield. I would like to ask a question of Carl. Could you bring up the diagram that showed those parking that we were talking about that has no landscaping? Please.
David Warner, you have that? Thank you, David.
All right, I just wanted to ask for the record, in previous meetings, I thought the sidewalk was going to be requested to be extended to those two lots. Is there going to be a sidewalk to those two lots, or will the kids be walking in the middle of the parking lot?
To the chair, we have provided a sidewalk to this first lot. And like I said during our presentation, the parking lot up here on the former basketball courts is for storage of school vehicles. And so it's not a lot that would be used, at least certainly frequently, by members of the public.
So the answer is there's no sidewalk to the second lot, but there is a sidewalk that feeds the first lot of 40.
Correct.
I thank you for that clarification. Next, I just wanted to clarify for the record, you're showing that it's above 50-foot elevation grade change between the school and the parking lot. I just want to show that it starts off at the parking lot at 84 feet. The 59.5 feet gets you to the basement, 143. The main school is at 163.5, which is just under 80 foot. Could somebody tell me what the elevation is of the fourth top floor? A question for the architect, Carl?
Yeah, the
Could Carl
elevation
tell
of
me?
the top of the building. Again, that into the grade.
I don't want to know the top of the building. I want to know what is the elevation of the top floor. We know that the finished building is at 163.5. We know the parking lot's at 84. If I got class on the top floor, I'm already walking up 80 feet, 10 flights of steps or 1,100 foot ramp, which is a fifth of a mile, 1/5 of a mile, well, over a fifth of a mile, elevated ramp. So can you tell me what is the elevation of the top floor?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, do you have that answer?
it's 48 feet above the first floor.
All right, thank you very much. And the last thing is, when you look at those two parking lots, I've been talking to the police and fire. I'm really disturbed by the fact that they expect people to walk downhill from the 90-foot elevation to go and catch an 1,100-foot ramp to go back uphill. I'm very fearful that the first lot of 40 is going to be, and the people who are parked at the far top of this parking lot are going to wind up walking up the access driveway, which has a guardrail on one side and drainage swale on the other. So the police have said they recommend no pedestrian sign. That's helpful, but it isn't going to solve the problem. So this to me looks like an unreasonable design, and it should not be provided relief. I appreciate it. The actual grade of that driveway is up to 10 degrees is what I'm told, which is very steep. And without a sidewalk, it's just a matter of time before people get hurt. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I see a Bob, no last name. Can you just state your name, full name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Bob Brooks, 7 June Circle. I am one of the abutters to this project. First, I just have a comment and then I have a couple questions. The first one, which I just found out tonight, was the relief they were looking at for the height of the building. I understood the building was going to be wider and it needed to be taller, but I had absolutely no idea that it was going to be twice as high as they anticipated, going from 35 feet to 68 feet. I understand if there was going to be some type of relief, I thought it was going to be somewhere in the 10, maybe 20 feet, but not twice as much. I don't know if that's standard or is that just different. Could they build a building 105 feet and still be able to do it? Okay, if I don't get it,
we're not being asked to.
Okay, that's fine.
Make a finding on a 100-foot school. We're being asked to make a finding on a 60,
okay,
which
sorry.
they designed, and it is more stories and higher, but meets the needs as
Okay,
presented. Yep.
Can I get the chart up in the graphs they showed tonight, page number 10, please?
Is someone bringing up that chart?
Yeah, let me do that.
Great, thanks. Should be page number 10.
Just reduce that.
That's the one. Mr. Chesky mentioned earlier that the June Circle area was over 750 feet away. I just want to clarify that statement. My house is the first one there. I am the first number one abutter, only on the corner. But the buffer between my property and the northeast property is the town of Wakefield property. When they took that measurement, it went from somewhere in the middle of my house up at the top to all the way to roughly the edge of the school. Now, this project is not from there to there. The edge of my property, as you can see, is that straight line going across where the measurement should have been taken. And if you look at the parking facility lot down there where the trees and excavation and the blasting and everything's going, that's the actual area from my house and my property line to that is. I would estimate it to be about 300, 325 feet, unless I have a ruler to measure it. Is it possible that I can get that measurement from the architect, just to have an accurate number, as opposed to saying it's, well, it's over 700 feet away. I like to make sure it's accurate, if that is acceptable.
Is that a number that Adam, your team has?
Yeah, I'm just trying to clarify the number if I could. Is it so your property line to property line through the town of Wakefield's property?
Correct. So that where the parking is, it should go. I mean, if it goes even with the edge of the property line, if you take it from there and go down, it's still going to be give or take 10 feet. But I'd like to get a more accurate assumption that with all the proposed blasting to build this site, how close I actually am. And how much noise am I going to have to have during the construction?
Well, that's a separate topic, Mr. Brooks.
Correct. No, no problem. I understand.
I mean, if they have a number, they can give it to you. I'm still meeting the setbacks of the zoning.
No,
but
no, I
in
understand.
weapon area and all of that.
my-
but if they
my
have a number
apologies.
that they can- Yeah.
No, I understand. I'm glad you said that because, it being my first time dealing with this committee, I understand there's some boundaries.
Yep. I'll
take down my hand, and while he's looking at that, if you want to go on to the next, and you can always answer the question, if that's fine.
Okay.
Thank
Is
you.
that something that, yeah, is that something that Carl or somebody has an answer to?
I think he's
or-
working on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it's Adam here. I don't know if we do. Part of my job is to really make sure that we're focused on what the relief is or what the ask is, and if everything is relevant to that. And part of the reason, and I don't want to be difficult, but part of the reason why I asked the question again is I'm trying to understand the reasonableness or the applicability of the ask to what we're requesting.
What? Mr. Chairman, the only reason why I asked that is because Mr. Franceschi brought it up during his presentation. And I thought it was enough to ask the question. That's all. Simple.
Yep. Well, and it speaks to a setback and a zoning
Okay.
requirement. So I'm willing to consider that, at least this initial question in bounds.
Sure, that's
If you
fine.
can provide an answer, Adam, it'd be great. Otherwise, we'll keep moving.
Yeah, I can get the answer another time. That's fine. I just don't want to hold up the committee now.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Bill Spalding.
Hi, thank you. Bill Spalding, 42 Gould Street. I also town elected official on the planning board and also sit on the Safe Street. So I do have many things I want to talk about, from environmental impact, blasting, trucks in and out of the site, how long that's going to happen, pervious materials, dark skies, snow removal, and where that's going, but I'll save that for future stuff. I'm wondering if the width of the road also includes protected bike lanes. And I didn't see on the plan that would lead to any type of protected bike storage or anything like that. So I'm asking the architect through you, Mr. Chair, if there's any plans that include in that width of the road protected bike lanes.
Okay. Can someone answer that one?
I think our landscape architect could answer that. Mr.
Yeah, I'd
Chair.
be happy to, Carl, through the chair. That's a further justification, I think, for the additional width of the driveway, because when you have bicycles sharing drive lanes, it's a typical scenario where you have pavement markings called sharrows. We don't have a dedicated separate bike lane that would add to the width of this driveway to do so. We do have the sidewalk between the school and Farm Street as required by the town. But as far as the bike accommodations, it would be within the drive aisles, and that would be accommodated with pavement markings, but not a separate or dedicated bike lane.
Okay, thank you for your answer. So it's not included. There's no plan for divided or separated bike lanes, that it would just be paint dividing anyone biking or scootering between the vehicular traffic.
Correct. That's what I answered. And the term sharrows, as I'm sure you're familiar with, is what's used when bicycles and vehicles share the same drive lane.
I'm very familiar with it, and they're very dangerous. And I wish there was some way that separated bike lanes could be added to this. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. The next hand up I see is Jennifer Fanning.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jennifer Fanning of Wakefield, Pheasantwood Drive. I have a question related to the request for a rendering of what the building will look like from Farm Street, which is, are there any renderings available of what the building will look like from Breakheart, and will it obstruct views of Wakefield from some of the elevated trails and paths of Breakheart?
So renderings from Breakheart side of the building, not the Wakefield Farm Street side of the building.
That's right.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Carl.
again, Carl Franceschi, DRA. I'm not sure we could be very accurate in portraying those views with the trees and all from offsite like that. We have very little survey data on those elevations or the elevations of trees there. We can do it, as we said, from Farm Street, looking up, from where the roundabout is proposed, looking up towards the site. We have that information. I'm not sure we could be very accurate in looking at the building from other perspectives offsite. And by the way, in answer to the earlier question from the abutter, property line to property line is almost 400, is a bit more than 400 feet along that section line that the abutter requested.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, and when we're talking about farm, I don't know if it's, folks were thinking, I guess I was originally thinking like the Hemlock area, not the new Farm Street exit driveway. I'm not sure how much we'll see out there, but if we can do both, maybe. Because I was curious sort of from that, like standing at the bottom of the football field, I don't know, the baseball field, or bottom of Hemlock Road, looking up, what would we see? There's neighbors across that street. What are they going to see, right? What would anyone driving by see? So if we can do one, if we can do 2 vantage points, that would be great.
That's what we were referring to, Farm Street, the new driveway, and you're suggesting Hemlock Road on the other side where the current school is?
That's what I am, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We could provide that.
Okay. All right.
And Mr. Chair, sorry, Adam, again, just to clarify, and I know Carl says that we'll provide that. We're going to take all this, these requests and kind of compartmentalize them and make sure that we believe that they conform to what our ask of the zoning board of appeals is, and then provide you with the additional information. I just don't want to leave the meeting here with the presumption that we're promising anything at this point.
All right, we'll do that before we wrap up, because I think for us to get to that point, perhaps at a follow-on meeting, we want to be very clear what we think we need and what you think you can provide.
Okay,
so
great.
that we can try to put some closure on this, because it sounds like we may not get there tonight. So the next hand up I see is Andrea. You state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Andrea Krizak, 25 Harmon Road. I'm in Saugus. I'm right on the Wakefield line of Main and Farm. I want to thank you for the post. I got the postcard. I hope you're going to continue to do that, and because I wouldn't probably be able to get in tonight without it. But now I didn't catch at the beginning the 3 criteria, so I wanted to talk, but they did talk about the traffic report and traffic problems and that tonight, and the road coming out at Farm Street and the Rotary. My biggest concern is the traffic. I'm all for the school being built. I'm not sure it's being done exactly the way we'd like to see it, but I am really very concerned about the Rotary and the traffic coming out at the point it's coming out. And am I able to discuss that?
Well, not tonight, because we don't even have it in front of us. But the traffic report would become part of the public record and would be available to you if you wanted to see it before a future meeting. But,
That I would like,
yeah.
the traffic report. I haven't seen anybody down there, at all doing any investigating, so I was surprised to hear that there was one already. But so I have a whole list of questions, but now I don't know what the criteria was, because I wasn't here at the beginning, so I don't know what I can ask and what I can't.
I'll restate relative to what they're asking us to find unreasonable for zoning requirements related to the height and number of stories of the building, the width of the driveway being 24 feet instead of 20, and some landscaping in 2 of the parking lots.
Oh, so those are the only 3 things. So none of my questions are pertinent tonight. I have several. And so, but will we continue to get the postcard, so I will know
No.
the next meetings?
No, the postcard is only sent for the initial public hearing. If we continue it to a future meeting, we'll state when that is, and that information and the Zoom information will be posted on our website, on our town. Under the
So
board.
how do I get the answers to the questions that I do have?
It depends on the nature of them. Without knowing them, are they things that would potentially be addressed at to the Traffic Advisory Committee, to the Conservation Commission? Without knowing the nature of them, and we're not going to go through them unless you think they're relevant to what we're discussing tonight.
Well, the blast I want to know about blasting on the power station and the involvement there. I did want to make sure that everybody is aware that this project basically abuts an ACEC area, and if that's been addressed, and how long this is going to take and how much blasting is some of my questions.
So Adam, if I think some of those could be answered by the applicant directly, you know, how they plan to handle the blasting with pre-site surveys and handling all of that when the time comes, and some of your other questions about the length of time of the project, and that those could perhaps, if you wanted to submit something in writing, we could make them available to the applicant. Maybe they could address them directly.
What do you mean by applicant?
Is there currently a website, Carl? Or
Mr. Chairman? Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I was just going to step in. Yeah, this is Kevin
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
there's the owner's project manager who manages a website of frequently asked questions.
Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. You're running a great meeting. I didn't mean to step on Carl's toes. I was just going to reiterate that we have a very robust website. There is a frequently asked questions page. Please, Andrea, I don't see your last name. Submit your questions and we'll be glad to answer them. We answer all questions that come in. And that has been a topic at our building committee meetings as well, blasting. And I think it's where it's not really part of this hearing tonight, but I think it's worth letting people know that at abutters that we have contracted with the third party company that will do pre-blast surveys. I think that's just important to note. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, what's the website? What's the website? www.
I knew you
Hello?
were going to ask that. I don't know it off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Carl, do you have it off the top of your head?
I'm not getting any answers here. I need the
Well,
website.
I'm gonna get it and we'll put it in the chat, Mr. Chairman. If you want to keep going, I'll grab it.
Okay.
All right. And
We'll
what do
try
you
to make
mean
it
by
available.
applicant? What do you mean by applicant?
This team, Adam and his entire team that is here, they have applied for us to make this determination. I refer to them as the applicant with a capital A. Yes,
All
the
right. Okay.
petitioner,
Very good. Thank you. All
the team asking for us that has applied to us. Yes.
right. Thank you.
We'll try to get that posted somewhere in our Zoom meeting here before the end of the call.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Andrea.
Mr. Chair, I'm just want to let you know it's northeastbuildingproject.com. There's a link through the Conservation Commission site here in Wakefield. So it's northeastbuildingproject.com. No spaces, nothing.
That is correct. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Bill. Next hand up I see is Joy Pearson.
Thank you. Yes, the first comment I'd like to make is to a person who spoke earlier, I didn't write down his name, who said that he had in Boston been with others on wheelchairs going up in ramps and seeing how difficult it was. I would suggest that the people in charge do something similar, because the grade is higher than the normal, I think, or the gradient, whatever you say, for the angle of the ramp. And it's very long, 1,100 feet. And in snow, rain, sleet, even in sun, it would be very difficult. Now, I wouldn't even want to walk 3 football fields every day, not even one day, I don't think. But so I would like to suggest that that be done, because he had made excellent comments about what happened when he was consulting or whatever he was doing with Boston. I do have some other comments. I don't think this school design is reasonable. it is not suitable. It may be ADA compliant, but that doesn't mean suitability. I have personal experience with ADA devices that were not suitable, and it's not environmentally sound. It is not current with federal and state goals to reduce CO2 emissions. It's not respectful to the disabled or to, well, we're not talking about the nature here. I guess you don't want to do that. If you are talking about 5 stories and over 35 feet high, and about mitigating or asking for variance of another name, whatever name you want to give it. If you built on the football field, you wouldn't have those problems. Those are my
Okay.
comments.
Okay, no. We're not being asked to consider a different site. We're being asked to consider the reasonableness of these specific zoning things in their current project.
Nevertheless, I mentioned it because it's true.
We appreciate the comments. All right, I'm seeing no other hands, but Bob, you're back quickly.
Okay, I will be very brief. I believe Mr. Franceschi is going to do a couple of renditions of the school from Farm Street. If it's possible, I would like to see the renditions of without trees and with trees, or half trees, because that way I can get a better look at where the school falls, whether it's above the canopy, below the canopy, if that's appropriate. Okay. The other thing.
We'll see what they can do. We'll see.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We've talked about the roadway going from 20 feet to 24 feet. Is that just the exact roadway, or will there be any swale added to the side of it, or any sidewalk added to that? So it would actually be the 24 feet plus the 5-foot sidewalk. So it would bring it to 29, or is it just the road we're talking about?
I think they said just the road. Carl, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's just the road. No sidewalk on the driveway.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. There is a sidewalk in addition, but the bylaw, deals with the width of the roadway.
Okay, so the width of the roadway is 24. If it does have a sidewalk, it brings it up to 29, correct? In some areas? Can you hear me, Carl?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, okay, so it would be 29. And is there any additional swale on each side of the roadway?
Again, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure this has to do with the bylaw, which deals with the width of the roadway.
Okay.
There are drainage plans and all that have been extensively reviewed by
Okay.
town
Okay,
engineer and the
that's
conservation.
That's fine, not a problem. I have no problem with that, Carl.
Okay.
I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I see Megan. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Megan McDonough, 185 Main Street, Melrose. I wanted to echo safety concerns. I am a disabled person. I'm also a tradesperson. And I totally support vocational schools. I think the school definitely needs a new school. I've been in that building. I was in that building also as a young person, not as a student, but as a community user. And I know that, I'm not sure if the ZBA is aware, but just to state publicly, as I usually do in all of these meetings, is that multiple commissions are concerned and have spoken publicly about it. Some of them have brought it before their town councils. It's been so important to them and they're still talking about it. So the concerns are still there. It's about the ramp. It's about lack of access to all the different ways to the school. And then there's also public safety and evacuation means it seems like the only way to get at a decent grade away from the school is that road. Like we have said, in this meeting, the width of the road does not allow for bike lanes. This is the green school, green building. We're supposed to be advocating for trees and the replacement of trees. And there's no way to get there without a car, and you need a shuttle bus from the other location. You can't put sidewalks on this inter road from Hemlock to the school because it's 9 to 10% grade and 5% is ADA. I was working with the Architectural Access Board. if you put a sidewalk on something that's greater than 5%, it then becomes not to code. When different commissioners that have brought it up, and I also want to say I'm not a commissioner, but I am a regular advocate in my community. And when different commissioners from the different communities bring it up, the end answer usually is just that it is ADA. Well, it has to be ADA, that's law. But I think that even in talking with the Institute for Human-Centered Design, which is working on some of these spatial improvements in our state, and also talking with the Architectural Access Board, the future might be spatial inclusion and not just ADA. So we also are thinking about how we're moving through space, and that's age, mobility, even people with sports injuries, tradespeople that are using the building that may have had injuries in their lifetime and are going back to school. I met a plumber on crutches in the Vogue parking lot recently that said, yeah, I've worked really hard in my life. This is what happens. And I don't think that there's that many users that I think there are a number of users that should be considered in the building of that building. And then Melrose just went through some bike lane development, and the Sharrows were, really hotly debated. And I also have a friend that works in city planning in San Francisco. And when there are large vehicles on a road, the ideal situation is to have a separate place for bikes, whether that's a separate road or that's a separated lane. You just don't really want to be mixing all that stuff, especially in New England, where the conditions of the road will change. And so the ways vehicles move on the road will also change. And also, I know it may be a conservation commission seeming subject, but when you put a road in New England, it has to be maintained, with salts.
Megan, I'm gonna have to cut you off. You've strayed too far out of the bounds now of what we're talking about with the zoning relief they're asking for. I'm sorry. I appreciate your passion for it and what you're.
Okay, thanks. I was just trying to relate it to the road. Thank you so much for your time.
I know. Thank you. Ryan O'Malley.
Hello, Ryan O'Malley, 215 Pleasant Street. I'm on the City Council in Malden. I apologize for some misunderstanding between the zoning relief that would normally be granted to an entity versus the reasonableness standard under the Dover Amendment. I support a new VOC, and I think the real concern and why there's so many people coming out of the woodwork now at the 11th hour is because all of the public engagement, all of these meetings have happened after the deal was kind of done. There was a lot of confusion in the public, which is resulting in people showing up to all these meetings. To the question one of the members asked earlier, did the school know they needed this relief early on? We heard that they did. Why they wouldn't have gotten the relief early on to have these conversations and allow the public to have some type of reasonable input is beyond me, but it really puts us in between a rock and a hard place. I'm not sure because we haven't seen all of the detailed plans, and some members mentioned that if these are all of the variances that they need, hopefully that the plans that they do submit are detailed enough so that the staff in Wakefield can confirm that these are all the variances that they actually need. Trust but verify. I mean, personally, I am just concerned with the fact that it is going on the hilltop related to the site prep. Last I saw, $40 million for site prep that comes out of the building. That's
not true.
That doesn't seem reasonable to me. And again, I'm the son of a union painter. I myself has been part of unions. This is not a fight I particularly would like to take up, but I do think it's important. It has bigger implications than just the school. And finally, related to the requested relief, I do think it's reasonable. I think we know it's reasonable because the existing building complies. And by and large, we know it's reasonable. If the existing facility complies, then it's reasonable. Thank you.
Thanks, Ryan. Okay. Those are the only other hands I see up, so we will close it to public testimony for the evening. So back to the board, as I said before we opened it up, I think before we move forward here, we should be very clear what we think we need to render a decision in this matter so that the applicant can try to provide that and we can continue it and come back perhaps in 2 weeks if that's enough time to satisfy. So just once more, I'll open it up to the board. It sounds like we need some renderings from Farm Street to fully assess the height factor and number of stories and make that determination. Is that a fair statement? Chip, I see your hand up. Feel free
Yeah,
to chime
I'm
in.
still coming back to reasonable versus unreasonable, and I guess I look either to Tom Mullen or to Greg or somebody with a greater knowledge of law than I do. As much as I appreciate not understanding the height of the building, the real question is is it unreasonable to think that a school needs to be built at 68 feet? I don't think it's unreasonable that a 4-story building would need to be 68 feet. Whether we like what we see or not from Farm Street, does that change the unreasonableness of it? I guess that's where I'm going. Is it unreasonable to think that a driveway to a school that's not a single residence should be 24 feet rather than 20 feet? I don't think it's unreasonable. Do I think it's do we think it's unreasonable that there's not planting in the 2 small parking lots? Yeah, I do. I think with planning, they could put 5% green space in and be done with it and not have to be unreasonable. So I know we're asking for a lot of things, but I'm kind of to the point of, does it make a difference, right? At the end of the day, if we see what the rendition is from Farm Street up, is that going to change the request from becoming unreasonable to reasonable based on their design? In my mind, it's not. I might not like what I see, but at the same time, it's this whole reasonable versus unreasonable. And I just don't see that what they're requesting is unreasonable other than the 2 parking lots. That's my opinion. And to make people go through hoops when we really don't need to, I think might be unreasonable.
So,
Well, there
Mr.
has
Chair,
to be,
is this-
there has to be, 5 voters here, so.
I know, I'm just,
I
my
want to hear
opinion.
from the others if they
Okay.
feel similarly or they feel like they need more information.
But
So,
just
Greg,
to add context to what, reasonable is, so what is unreasonable or reasonable under the law? It's not, a subjective decision. The case law said that, it can be deemed unreasonable if subject or the I guess what would you call it, the applicability of that regulation detracts from the usefulness of the structure, imposes excessive costs, or impairs the character of the proposed structure. So it's not this huge amorphous concept. It's just those 3 things. It's not, we can see it from a neighborhood over and I don't like it. It's whether the structure, like I said, just falls within those, or the applicability of the bylaw falls within those 3 things. Detracts from the usefulness of the structure, imposes excessive costs, or impairs the character. I think for me, for height, it would be unreasonable. For road width, I think, getting there, but I'd probably like to see TAC's report, which I think we just got today, but we all basically go from work to here, so we haven't seen it. And then I don't think it's been, even a shred of evidence has been shown that, it'd be unreasonable for 5% of those small parking lots to be landscaped. I don't think any of that detracts from the usefulness, imposes excessive costs, at least what we've heard today, or impairs the character of the proposed structure.
Thanks for that information, Greg. That's helpful. Bill, you wanted to add something?
All I was going to add is that, if we wanted to talk to town council about, kind of giving you some parameters for the reasonableness, I think that's an easy question for Tom to answer. So we can definitely reach out to him if that's what you'd like as a board.
Okay, I assume he'd offer something consistent with Greg, just we value Greg's legal thoughts as well, but we
Yes.
certainly could do that for an
Up
additional.
to you folks, however you'd like to go. If you'd like me to do that, I'm happy to.
Yeah, and I am not your lawyer. I am only a member, so yeah, getting it from.
I am aware. I don't think you're
From
the
Tom. No,
Thank you.
not so
Yeah.
getting it from
You're,
Tom.
you're my lawyer, Greg, though, so that's all.
Don't ever say that.
Yeah, you play one in real life, guys. Okay. Jim, if you want to chime in?
Yeah, I just think that I understand the height issue, but I think we clearly got to understand what this thing's going to look like. When, I understand that height basically, as opposed to more ground plane, basically is the issue to some degree, driving this. But if you look at, there's a large parking lot on one end. If this building had to be lower, then that parking lot could be covered over with part of the building or all of the building. We've got a lot of ground parking basically in all the developments we've been going through, but I'd like to see what it looks like. And it may not be a problem. It may be, look more like 2 stories from Farm Street, but I don't think, sticking our head in the sand and saying, well, we've seen several sides, let's not see this. I think we should see it. I think we need to know what it's going to look like. And we've not, in any other project, we would get that angle. We don't have it. So I'd like to see it.
Just to be clear, Jim, what it looks like, and this is not for me to answer the question for you. It's not what it looks like being the problem, is its application of the height bylaw, reducing essentially in this case the usefulness or excessive cost, or
Well, I understand
So
where you're coming from, but at the same time, do we allow 68 feet as they request, or do we allow 50 feet? Our decision is not, our decision is stick with 35 or go to some other number. They have thrown something at us basically with, because they've got a design done and in a sort of schematic way. And yet we are asked for our opinion. And I think that we need to look at this all the way around and understand what we're approving. Because at the same time, the base of this thing, the ground plane, is probably 100 feet above the roadway. And so this thing's sticking up there, in height. So I want to know what it looks like. And maybe I don't want to grant 68. Maybe I want to go to 58 or something. Anyways, I just, that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Tom?
Yeah, in a much different place though, which is why I didn't really ask too many questions. We deal with this a lot with my daytime employer too. I'm kind of with Chip. And Greg asked the question I was going to ask, is that they just didn't make a case on the parking lot thing, which for me, if we're arguing over one spot versus some planting, at the end of the day, how much impact does that really have? But what are we going to see, a picture and then rule that it's unreasonable? I don't think so. I wouldn't go there, undo this whole project. I think we'd be crossing a boundary there that we don't want to cross. I'm ready to support this now, but if folks want more information, I guess I don't want to prevent that.
Okay.
We're being asked to vote on the reasonableness of height, and we don't know the reasonableness of the height. This could be 200 feet. And based upon what the earlier reasoning, which was correct, Greg. But we wouldn't even look at it because it doesn't matter. We have no purview over it. In the end, we still have to live in this town as well. So I'd like to know what it looks like.
Okay. Thanks, Mickey. So I'm deferring to the other members too, and so Adam, I think if we can get it just doesn't sound like there's enough of a quorum to proceed to a vote tonight without a little more information. So, and it sounds like it's those renderings so that the members are comfortable with the height factor and the landscaping. Again, maybe the team taking a look at something else that could be done there, then maybe that comes off the board, perhaps, if that's where you want to go. And if we continue this for 2 weeks and your team was able to come back with that information, we'd have a hopefully much shorter discussion and see if we could come to some consensus and conclusion at that meeting. Does that sound reasonable? To use a word that we've used a lot tonight?
Yeah, sure. I think it does. I don't know if I have the authority to say that definitively that that we will provide that in the next 2 weeks, and that's just what I'm pondering right now. In part because I'm really trying to, I'm struggling with, I think what Mr. McIntosh had noted, and also I think what Mr. Feely had noted, that I did the relevance of those renderings as they apply to the relief.
Mr. Chair, it's gonna be 3 weeks, just, I believe, right? They'll have an extra week.
Yeah, I say 2 weeks just because that's our typical, like
Yeah.
every other.
I think we have a skipped week in this.
So 29th, it would be 3 weeks till April 12th. If we could always.
And do we need a supermajority here? We need 4 to 5, or do we need 3 out of?
I think we do. I can double check that too, but I think to overturn an appeal from the building inspector, I think we need a supermajority of 4 out of the 5.
And Adam, to be clear, I'm an alternate. But somebody's gonna ask, what did you guys vote on? Well, we voted on the height. Did you see what the height was? No. Yet you voted on it. That's reasonableness. Is it reasonable to do that? I understand where you're coming from. You have to understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
So if it's a matter of time, Adam, we can say potentially continue to April 12th. If the team needed more time to get things together, that you could issue a letter to continue to the following meeting. If it's just a matter of time, we can handle that administratively. If it's still some question in your mind about, you know, the validity of providing this information for us to render a decision, I think what you're hearing from the board is at least some members do feel they need that. And so if you want this to have a positive outcome, I think we need to work together here and at least make an attempt to get that information for the majority of the board to get there.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I understand that. Is there, just tabling that for 1 minute, is there other, I know we talked about other requests and reports that this board was looking for. Are we past that, or are we just focused right now, or are we just looking now at the renderings from Farm Street?
Well, now that we've had the fullness of this discussion and presentation, we can take another look at what we have and the additional correspondence that apparently came in late today. And if there's anything else, the board members can reach out to me and we can make that request. I'm probably okay. I mean, we did ask for it just so that if we thought we were going to get through all of this tonight, we had the fullness of all the site plans and the traffic and everything, just so we had it all at our disposal to make decisions about not only the 3 things in your application, but any other aspects of zoning that we felt might be relevant that may have been overlooked or whatever. We wanted the fullness of the information, and that was the initial ask. Given where we are now, I'm not sure if other board members really feel strongly about getting more, or we'll see once we sort of digest what we've heard tonight and the information we do have.
Mr. Chairman, do we have any problems with time of within 100 days of when they applied? Otherwise, if we don't make a decision, it's just deemed approved. Do we have any problems with the timing of the whole thing?
I will double check. This is our first hearing, so I don't know that we're up against that quite yet, but I will double check the number of days on appeals. Again, they vary from special permit to variance, right?
Right. No, I know.
I don't have it in front of me, but we'll get that. Make sure we're okay there. Anything else? Adam, are we okay? We're on the same page here?
I think so. I do have my counterpart, Julie Berry, who's on the call here, and I think she might have some more information that I may not have in connection with the requested additional information if I introduced
Okay.
Julie very early in the presentation, but if the chair allows, if she could provide some information, that'd be great.
Okay, welcome, Julie. Yes.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. And just very briefly, I'd just like to ask if it's possible. Thank you, Adam. Again, Julie Barry. I'm one of the attorneys representing Northeast Metro Tech here, as well as with the Conservation Commission. Wondering if it's possible for us to get copies of all the comments that have been received by the board from the various boards, parties, entities, and otherwise, so that we're able to respond to everything fully and as quickly as possible. The applicant is not interested in dragging this out, but would like to be able to provide, after considering whether it's relevant to the analysis on this appeal before the board of the building inspector's denial of the building permit based on the Dover Amendment issues that needed to be reviewed. So obviously the client or the applicant is more than willing to provide any necessary information to help this board make its decision. But in that regard, it would be helpful to have, for instance, the TAC report or any other information from the board, comments that may have come in as requested by this board on the materials received so far. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay. Well, we did receive correspondence from the planning board asking for that information, and they were withholding further comment until they got it. Erin Kokinda, the Community and Economic Development Director, asked similarly for these additional plans, which again was all planted with around the same time as we had asked for them. So, so she had also, was hoping to see more of that information. So it wasn't just us discussing it tonight. We can certainly make all of this. It's all public record. All of it can be made available. I think most of it is electronic, so they can be forwarded, or copies could be obtained, through Gail at the building department. But certainly we can make it all available.
Thank you for that. And that reminds me, one thing I meant to ask you, is it possible for us to transmit the site plans to the board electronically? It could be done much more quickly.
Absolutely. And that's
Okay.
preferred.
That's
Absolutely.
great. Thank you.
If they're too large, you can post them on a Dropbox and send us a link, or if they're small enough to just email, depends on how they get routed, how big they are, but totally electronic is the way to go.
That's great. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Saves paper and time and everything.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you. All right. So with that, Adam and team, do you want to procedurally request a continuance to April 12th? And we'll see where we are at that point.
Yeah, that would be great, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I move we continue this to our April 12th meeting.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? All right, so regular voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim, mute. He's waving his hand, yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Tom?
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right. Well, thank you for the information, and we'll talk to you in a few weeks. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members.
That was quick.
All right.
I had the over under number as 3, so.
Okay. All right, so we're going back to the top of the order, I believe. Brian, you with us? Mr. McGrath.
I'm here. I'm here, Mr. Chair.
All right, welcome, Brian. So I think the rest of the applications on our agenda tonight are yours. Is there a specific order you'd like to go and given the availability of your team, or?
No, I think we can, I think at this point, we can go in order.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so the two continueds and
Yeah,
and
I
then the new
think
ones.
we're waiting. Yeah, Brian O'Connor is here. So yeah, I think you can go in order. I think we can go in order at this point.
Okay, because it was, okay. So our next hearing will be the continued hearing of 23-14 through 17, Kim and Block LLC at 369 to 371 Main Street.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail representing Kingman Block LLC, property at 369, 371 Main Street. We've been away from the board a little bit, working on some matters that were brought to us by the town administrator and the town engineer, which I'll get into in a little bit. Before I do that, Daniel Martinez is here with me tonight from KDI Architects. And as you know, I think we were pretty close to coming to a consensus on the architectural aspects of the project in working with the board. And Daniel has a presentation that he would like to make to talk to the board about the changes that he's made since the last time the board saw the project. And we're hoping maybe it's possible to get a consensus on the architectural aspects of the project at this point. And then when he's done, I will inform the board of where we are on other issues as it relates to our conversations with the town engineer and the town administrator. So with that said, if I may, Mr. Chair, could Daniel share his screen? Daniel, you're here?
Yes, I'm here.
Great.
All right, good evening, everyone. Good to see you again. Daniel from Council Design, and I'll be presenting this project. So it's been a while. I'll do a brief rundown of the overview of the project. We're proposing a new building construction, 3-story building. The development has a total of 20 units, 16 2-bedroom units and 4 1-bedrooms. The development is split between the bank building, the top floor of the bank building, and the new construction. So here's the latest design that we came up with. Basically, we are proposing a brick and stucco building. We believe that it's contextual with the site and with some of the buildings that are located on Albion Street. We presented to the board several designs. We've worked with the board on the massing and several of these detailing aspects as we got here to this point. So basically, this is the previous design scheme. And the new design scheme is here. Some of the comments that we heard from the board members last time was that the board members wanted to see a material board with the proposed products. They also felt that the materiality of the windows at the connector needed some work. The materiality on the windows needed some work at the connector bridge to relate better with the design and the context. The board also wanted to see a rendering of the buildings located in the rear from the front view. And also the board felt that the signage was getting lost in the design. So we did address some of those comments. And over here, you can see the comparison of the before and after. So we'll start with the connector bridge. We were proposing a more industrial kind of look to it. However, after the comments from the board last time, we decided to revise that and give it a more cleaner appeal with the stucco as well. We standardized the pattern to speak to the proposed building. Some of the other aspects that we're doing here is we're carrying the cornice line over. We're doing that out of extruded aluminum with a historical profile, and that's going to go all around the building. For the front entry, this is the previous design. Some of the comments were that it looked like it was hidden, that there was a concern about the signage not being visible. So we basically work with the materiality of the first floor to kind of push that forward and push the signage forward as the board members asked. We're also showing the trash enclosure, which is a Corvette enclosure. It has a lot of different panels that we can work with. And I'll get to the material board in a little bit. And we're also showing how that alleyway or that the back of those buildings on Albion Street would look like from the front of Main Street. So here's some more, kind of the same pictures that I just showed. Here's a rendition of how the building looks at Albion Street, from Albion Street, and how our massing relates to those lower story buildings in the rear. And finally, the material board. So we're proposing a stucco with a sand finish, colored clay. We're proposing thin brick with a color Havana red. The SAF extruded aluminum cornice painted beige. And this is kind of how that cornice would look like once it's placed on a building. We're proposing some cast stone elements to evoke some traditional brick detailing. So that will be Aris Craft or similar. We're also proposing cast stone for the first floor, at least for this facade where the parking lot is. We're proposing vertical black metal railing for balconies. Coneer storefronts are similar for the entry. And then we're proposing the windows with 4/4 muntins. And lastly, we're also proposing a metal siding to the balconies here. And then lastly, this would be the exterior components and kind of how the dumpster enclosure could look. Again, all of these panels are customizable, whether you want to interchange them. So there's a lot of options there. Then there's also the aerial rendering that we have that shows the building in context. And just to briefly go over the plans, we made some small adjustments, basically based on the new energy code that's coming up or that is in place right now. We're outfitting the building with some electrical charging systems for 6 parking lots. However, we're still working on this with Rick, but it's one of those things that we're working towards now. The rest of the layouts on the upper floors haven't changed. It's the same thing as we presented last time. We're showing the roof condensers in the middle here, and we included them in the elevations. They won't be visible from the street side. And that's about as much of the new material as I have to present to the board. We've been working, as Brian mentioned, on some transformer locations with the town engineer, but that's something that's still in the works.
I'm going to get into some detail on that, but before I do, I think Mr. Chair, we'd like to hear how the board feels about where we are architecturally at this point.
Okay.
And answer any questions, obviously.
Sure. Chip, I see your hands up.
Yeah, the only question I have is what's happening under the balconies? What sort of roof material or what's covering the structure under there, if anything, or is it industrial look?
You're talking about the underside here?
Correct.
Okay, we haven't proposed a material yet. We usually propose beadboard, PVC, or cedar cladding. So, we can obviously add that materiality if the board has a specific preference.
No, to me, it's just that it's addressed and we know what it is because you can see that from the street. Also, I saw one light fixture, but I don't know that you've talked a lot about lighting, both exterior and underneath the building for when people are parking cars or what, operationally, how that's gonna be handled. And then the second question I have, is there anything happening to the old building? I have to believe that there's either signage or entrances that are changing, or there's something happening as you start getting units up in that floor. Is there window sizes changing? Is there anything happening in the old building? And where are those AC units going and that type of thing? We're very focused on the back building, but it seems to me that there's still going to be things that happen to the front.
Yes, so I'll begin with the first question, which is the lighting. We are primarily showing street lighting. We haven't developed a full lighting plan yet, especially for the cars that are parking. This will probably take place once we're doing DD and we get involved with, maybe the MEP, depending on how the owner wants to handle that. However, as of now, we're just proposing lighting on the ground floor, again, to not oversaturate the site with lighting, more so for the pedestrian area. And the other question, we have not looked into modifying the bank building yet. I imagine that if we have condensers, they can be on top of the bank building. But again, it's not something we've looked at very deeply yet, because we're still in the schematic phase of laying out the units and kind of going through the process of presenting the materials for this proposal.
Well, Daniel, just so you know, this is Brian. So we're gonna have to figure that out a little bit because the board always wants to know that. So we're gonna have to figure out how, I think, just to cut to the chase, the board isn't gonna, it's not the norm of the board to say, hey, yeah, figure that out later. They're gonna want to know where that stuff's gonna be. And to make sure it's not gonna have any aesthetic impact from the street.
Yeah, lighting, changes of windows, all that stuff, Brian.
And we don't need the answer tonight, Daniel, obviously, but it's something we're gonna have to just take a look at.
Okay.
And a
Yes,
lighting
we'll
plan with
look at that.
specs, the lighting, are those sconces, what's the spec on them, cut sheets, what's under the garage, what's on the.
So I can work with you, Daniel, you and I can work together because I know what the board is looking for in that regard, and we'll work together and figure it out.
Yep. And I imagine the
Okay.
balconies could have some light if people are sitting outside at night. Maybe there's a light up on the roof area. So again, lighting, part of the overall lighting plan. So.
I figured
Okay.
I figured I'd save the board some time having to tell us that because I know it, so.
Yeah. Okay. Chip, anything else before I move on? I see other hands up.
Nope, that's all I've got.
Thank you. Greg, I think yours was up next.
Sure, yeah, I guess Chip got part of my first question was the changes on the new building. I guess to even extend that a little bit further is, so, and I guess this is more of a question for Brian, how is, it doesn't become one building, right? Like, so if and what I'm getting at is there's clearly going to be some changes on this side of the building. The sort of walk up or drive through window is still there. I assume that'll be removed to sort of, so we can understand at the end of the day how that whole side is going to work together. It's not like changes on the, I guess, existing building would then necessitate you coming back to us for a minor mod. It's not one project, right? So how would we understand how at the end of the day this whole thing works together?
Yeah, I mean, so it is I totally hear what you're saying, but at the end of the day, it is one project.
So like if you come and remove this, see that window, this is just as an example, just to make sure that I don't know, walk up or drive through window, whatever it used to be, that'd be a minor modification.
I think I need to talk to Daniel about
or a modification. We decide that's wider, but yeah.
I mean, Daniel, I think that's like an excellent example of a point, Daniel. If you've given any consideration on the old walk-up window thing, if that's something that we're going to.
Well, I guess, Brian, you don't even need to decide now. I'm just saying, what's procedurally, how do we make sure this whole project at the end of the day, when the changes are made for whatever happens on even the first floor, everything works together? You think it would come back to us?
Greg, I think, since we know there's going to be a restaurant theoretically in that first floor, I would think the modifications would come at that time as a separate submission.
So I guess that's my actual question though. Is it that building's already existing? By building this other building that now has a connector, is it all one project and you would have to come back to us? For
It's
the
all one
existing?
project, Greg.
Okay, yeah, that answers my question.
Because the property itself is all part of this application.
Yeah, okay, that answers
So,
my question then.
yeah.
And then I guess my only other question was that trash enclosure is on a right of way, right? Who does that right of way benefit, and how can you have what seemingly is a permanent trash enclosure right of way?
Yeah, so that's gonna be my thing. If I can table that, Greg.
Sure, okay.
Because that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. So I'm gonna get to that.
Okay.
After. Maybe we can get through some more issues on architecture first, if that's okay with you.
Yep, that was it. That's it for me, so.
Thank you.
Okay, Kasumi?
I have a question on the first floor layout. Where are the tenant gets their mails? And also the package room, it looks like the package room is, I believe that's for the tenant, but it's accessing from outside, it looks like. Is that like lit enough, like safe, secure? Let's have that question. Or
Can you
like,
zoom
is
in?
the mailbox in existing building side?
Agree.
So
Yeah.
yes,
there you
so we do have a package room in the rear. And that could be something that could be worked out, how that, the person accesses the package room. I think some other buildings give out their code to, the delivery person. But it's, we're offering a package room in the rear for access, and we believe it's sufficiently sized.
And then, so if I'm coming back from the street, and then if I go into the building, I have to come back outside again to get into the package, to get my package.
We can add a door here. That's not a problem.
And then also you have the where are the mailboxes are located?
I imagine the mailboxes, we do need to make some more explanation on that, but yes, we can show that as well, where we are planning to put the mailboxes.
Okay, I just don't see the package room, like access from the outside. It'll be convenient for, like, especially in the snow and the rains for the tenant.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point that you're bringing up. And I think that door is intended for the deliveries. And I think we need to add a door in the interior of the building so the tenants can access it also.
Yeah, we'll add the door. And I think the rhetoric here was that if you have a delivery truck, they can momentarily park here while they deliver the packages, or they can, do that a little easier. But we can add the door, obviously, for the tenants.
Good catch, Kasumi. Okay. Did you have anything else at this time on the architecturals?
Oh, I'm good.
Thank you. Jim?
Yeah, so can we go to drawing 302?
302. Yes.
All right, so you see where the connecting link is between the two floors? Right, so here's something I got to look into. And this is goes to what was mentioned basically about layout for the next building, is that is not going to work in this respect. It looks like it lines up with the floor of the new building, but not with the floor of the building it's connecting to. So it means that that link probably is going to be higher, or lower, should I say, and there's going to be some sort of ramping hallway going into the next building over. So you should get an idea as to what the elevation in the old building is in relationship to the new building, because I think it's going to have an effect on the height of that, or at least the bottom of that connecting link.
Okay.
That's
yes,
all.
we'll get more information to see how that will work.
Yeah, well, that's all I got.
Thank you. All right, Brian, next topic.
Great. So I'm going to, can I have the screen, please?
Sure.
And I'm going to refer to a plan that's already been submitted of record. So this isn't new information, Mr. Chair. So, and this will answer Greg's question because it's a good question. And basically, and Greg, you were interested in, where the dumpster is and the right of way and how that all works. And so you can see this pink right of way. And this is so what we've had done is we've had an Alta survey done on the property, an Alta survey plan, which is American Land Title Association. It's the top survey that you can get done on a piece of property. It's very expensive, very detailed, and it picks up everything on the property. It picks up all easements, anything that might affect the property. Everything is exact and certified. We have registered land, which makes it even easier and better and more accurate. And through the Alta survey, we discovered, and we also did extensive title work on the property. And the Alta survey showed actually 2 easements that abut the old bank building. You can see they're divided. It's divided by this dim pink line. So the easement further away from the building, what we discovered was that was an easement between the old bank building property and where the new bank building, where the new building that we're constructing is going, prior to them coming into common ownership. So this was an easement between these 2 properties. So this half, or this side of the pink line, by operation of law, once these properties came into common ownership, this easement merged, and it's gone. It vanishes. It gets absorbed by operation of law, or terminated by operation of law. So that left just this 5-foot easement, which abuts our property. That easement is for the benefit of the town of Wakefield. And I think at the last meeting, there was a gentleman who spoke on behalf of the Cultural Arts Exchange and talked a little bit about this to provide access to the back of the building that is owned by the town, the Cultural Exchange building. So this is an easement for the benefit of the town, this side, which is 5 feet. What our Alta survey showed is, unfortunately, the town building starts, the town property starts right about here. So what our Alta surveyor came back with, he said, yeah, he said the town has a 5-foot easement, but unfortunately, when it was drafted, it was deficient and it doesn't connect to the town property. So the town of Wakefield has an easement that goes to nowhere. It doesn't get to their land. So it doesn't get to the back of the Cultural Exchange building, which is like right in this area. There's a gap. So we had a meeting with the town administrator per his request, and Bill Renault, the town engineer, on cooperating with the town and maybe some of these other people in an effort to kind of work together, which we said we would at the commencement of this project. And the town had its own survey done, and the town survey came up with the same conclusion that ours did and said, yeah, they're right. You have an easement here, but it doesn't go anywhere. The other problem that the town has in the form of the Wakefield Municipal Gas and Light Department is that there's a transformer back in this area. And this transformer serves this building, and it serves all these buildings. But guess what? They don't have legal access to it, and they can't get to it. So, and the other part of it is, one might say, well, the town has been using this for a long period of time. Do they have some type of, easement by prescription, or, like an adverse claim that, they have rights because all this stuff has been there? And the answer to that is no, because my client has registered land, and you can't get adverse rights over somebody with registered land. So the town's in a little bit of in the light department, a little bit of a bad situation. So they came to my client and me and our team, and they said, can you help us in 2 respects? Could you expand our easement to give us access back here. Okay, so we can, and when you're doing this, could you, on a 5-foot easement, could you make it a sidewalk? Could you put granite curbing and make it like a 5-foot sidewalk that's handicap accessible? So it actually connects to the back of our building. If we want to use this for access for handicap, we could possibly do that someday. So could you do that for us? And number two, could you take this transformer out of here and could you figure out a place to put it on your property? Or could everybody tap into your transformer and, and we can make it work and give us some rights to do that? So we initially said, we're trying to cooperate. And then the light department came back and said, oh, well, we have a problem because all new buildings are on 3-phase electric. And all of these people are on 1-phase because they're older buildings. So this one transformer won't work for everybody. So will you allow us to put another transformer back here that would just, serve the town buildings and these other folks? And give an easement to the light department to do that. So that was the holdup where I corresponded with your board last time and said, we're working with the town to work out some issues. So what was being worked out was that our surveyor and engineer came up with how that might work and shot grades on, because you have to make sure that the grades work for accessibility. And he presented them to Bill Renault, and Bill Renault got back today and said, yeah, that works, that would work. So I'm now working with my client's corporate counsel and title company on, how we might all be able to work together, because my client's goal is to work and make this work for everybody, being a good neighbor. So that was kind of our delay. I'm optimistic we can do that. I can't promise it, but anything we can do, we're gonna try to do. And again, I'm optimistic. So that is kind of where we are with this. So this transformer, Greg, it shows like on this right of way, but this right of way doesn't exist. And perhaps on our final plan, we should make a note that it's been terminated so it doesn't create confusion, that it looks like it's still there. So does that answer your question, Greg?
I thought it was actually your dumpster enclosure, but yeah, it answers my question.
Okay. So that's kind of the update I wanted to give you guys on the site plan part of this, that we're all trying to kind of, work together as we promised we would. And I think we'll be able to, and make some real improvements here for the site, and at the same time, help out the cultural exchange building.
Brian, does the granite curb change your radiuses for getting in and out of those parking spaces, or?
No, that's a great question, Chip. It's probably gonna bring us down to about 20 feet instead of 24, which we had. But Rick Salvo did a turning radius, and there's only 5 parking spaces that are accessed through this. It's not the whole, because the majority of the spaces are coming on the other side, on this driveway, which these don't connect. So we're not concerned about it. We don't think it's going to affect our project.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this, I'm moving my cursor like you can see it.
Yeah, you looking here?
Yeah, that just coming into these 2 spaces.
Right here?
And the line kind of being in the opening. Yeah, and that right-hand line kind of, I see so I think it just.
Yeah, we think it can work. We've done a turning, analysis on it. The other thing that we have to do here is part of this project is we've got to, for the town, we've got to have a handicap ramp to access this sidewalk that we're going to put in.
Yeah, the other problem I see here is that your dumpster enclosure is at an angle. I know it goes with the back of the other building, but if I'm dumping that dumpster, or if it's rolling out or whatever, you may want to straighten that out a little bit.
Understood.
So Brian, to your point, and thank you for that update and the analysis and what's going on and what could still happen back there. We got a letter from Mr. Penny on March 15th. Have you seen that letter?
Yeah, and I have, and I've talked to Ralph, who's
Okay.
a very, very nice guy, and he's got some concerns, which we're talking to him I think his major one is being able to access the transformer back here, which is all part of this. You know, I think, you know, what we're gonna end up doing is if this works, we're gonna give an easement to the Wakefield Municipal Gas and Light Department for the easement to service these properties.
Right. No, he mentions dumpsters, snow, fire escapes. I mean, it's like, you know, he's got 10 items here. Just making sure you've seen it.
Yeah, and I've talked to Ralph and, you
Couple
know, I'll
of things
talk to
you'd
him
already
again.
talked
I told him from our perspective, we can help with some things, but we can't help with everything.
Okay.
And
So just for the board members to be aware that that's news for the
I-
record.
and I will communicate with Ralph again.
Okay. All right. In terms of new material, that's what we got. In addition to what you've presented, was there anything else you wanted to update the board tonight?
No,
Okay, so what did I have in my notes? Because this was continued a bit. Stormwater management plan received, sent to town engineering, comments received. Is there anything outstanding with the stormwater management or anything with engineering? Is that-
well, we're working with Bill on the final topography here, so I think you're gonna have to get a final letter from him on everything.
Okay. Okay. Talked about the butters. TAC,
Yeah, thank you. TAC, we went to TAC. You're gonna need a final memo from them, but there were no major issues. It was more like handicap issues and, but you will get a final memo from them, and I'll talk to Bill Renault about that.
okay,
But I know you need to see it in their in their memo, obviously, for the record, but there was nothing of, you know, concern.
okay. Well, no, my notes go back to January, I think, because it's been continued since then and
Yeah, we were at the TAC February 10th.
February 10th. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, those were my notes. Did board members have any other notes or questions? Again, queued up from previous meetings.
I know we've extended the time at some point. Are we still good?
You need another extension. Yeah, you're extended till April 30th. I would request that we extend it till May 30th, 31st. I'd just like to stay ahead of that, as you know.
Right. Okay, so May 30th, you want to?
May 31st, end of the month.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got our punch list here, Dan. You know, you and I can talk, but you know, a lot of good points were brought up by the board. Some of these punch list item things that we need to figure out.
Sounds good.
Brian, is the sample board, is that down in town hall? Did you guys create one yet or?
So what Mr. Pride's referring to, Dan, a lot of times the board likes to have just samples of materials dropped at the building department.
Okay.
Is that something you can do?
Yes, we've done that before. We've only produced one electronically, but we can put one together.
Just
Yeah,
samples.
to that point, I'm a little concerned about the Havana red. It might be a little red as compared to what we have in other parts of, you know, you might want a little different
More
color.
historic brick
brick.
chip.
Understood.
Yeah, you just gotta look at that's the brick you really want to use.
I mean, you might want to match. You know, would it be more, you know, how the savings bank is doing their addition right across the street? Would you want to kind of match that, or you want to be different? Because it would be very easy to get the spec of what they're using.
It all makes sense in what they're doing. I mean, that's a question up to you guys. I'm just, the Havana red didn't jump out at me as being like, oh, that's really nice.
Well, I think the reason you're responding to that is probably the white joints.
Could be.
Or the color printer. I mean, if we see it for real.
Yeah,
then
all of those things, yeah.
Okay. All right, anything else, board members? I know we're just looking at the clock here. We had a lot of material to cover tonight. So anything else for tonight? All right, I'll open up to the public. If anyone has a comment or question about the information we've heard tonight on this project, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting at this time. Seeing no hands, I'll close out the public testimony for the evening. So we need continuance to April 12th and extend the public hearing to May 31st, or the time for us to render a decision till May 31st.
Correct.
Okay. Chip, you're on mute if you're talking.
Sorry, trying to be good. So Mr. Chairman, I move that we continue this to April 12th and allow the petitioner to extend the time period to May 31st to issue a decision.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Joe. Any discussion on the motion? Regular voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes.
and I vote yes. All right, that's unanimous. Thank you for the updates tonight, and we'll talk in a few weeks.
Great. Thank you, board members. Have a great night.
Have a good night.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, next continued hearing, 23-39 through 42, New Creek LLC at 10 Broadway.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail representing the applicant on this project. And with me tonight, Donnie Lowe and Nick Brown, who are representing New Creek. And also John Ogren is here from Hayes Engineering, our site civil. And we also have Ahmad Ali and Brian O'Connor on our architectural team from Cube 3. So this is another project that has been away from the board a little bit. When we started this project, we heard from the board, and we'll kind of take you back where we started. But we heard from the board that although the board likes the site as an opportunity for multifamily, what we're presenting, we're not happy with the density / massing of the building and the fact that we had a pretty significant parking deficiency as far as meeting the bylaw requirements. We were, I think, about 40 parking spaces shy, or 44, somewhere in that range. So you really sent us back to the drawing board, and since that time, a few things have happened. We've actually gone before the Traffic Advisory Committee on February 10th. We presented the project. We presented at that time, what we had presented to you, but we explained to the board that based on your mandate, the project was going to get reduced in units and we were going to meet parking. And they said, well, we're glad the zoning board told you that, because we would have said the same thing. And so we have some information that they asked our consultant to get for them. They're looking at this actually as a possible opportunity to improve, even, the fact that this project in and of itself was presented to them, will improve the traffic from what it is today. They look at this as possibly presenting an opportunity to make some changes to make it even better. So they asked our traffic consultant to do some work and do some research, do some legwork for them in that regard. And Scott Thornton from Vaness is in the process of doing that. So we are going to have to, continue to work with the town engineer and the traffic advisory consultant on that, and we'll keep you informed as we go. You also, as part of your mandate to us, appointed Jim McBain to be the board liaison to work with us on this issue of density and massing and styling of the building. So since that last meeting that we had with you, we've had a number of meetings with Mr. McBain. And we've done a lot of tweaks, and we've gone back and forth and talked about materials and colors and size and pullbacks and every which way. We've had a number of things presented to him. And we had a meeting last week, and certainly Jim can speak for himself, but he said, I think it's time for you to go back to the board with what we've done. So that's what we have tonight for you. We'd like to make a presentation. We've put together, for simplification of presentation purposes, to kind of compare what we had at the beginning and where we are now. We put together a PowerPoint presentation, which I'll email to you tonight, Mr. Chair, or tomorrow morning, which is consistent in the same as it's no different in information that was submitted to you on Friday. It's just an easier presentation format for the board to see on the screen tonight. So with that said, I'm going to have, I think it's going to be either Ahmed or Brian who are going to take over the screen, and you already have. So thank you. So could you go to the first slide, guys? Great. Brian, do you want to take it from here, or do you want me to start in here?
If you want to start, Brian, that's fine.
can.
I'm happy to jump in anywhere.
Great. So we just, again, I'm going to be real quick. I don't want to waste a lot of time. I know it's getting late. I just want to kind of acclimate the board. You've seen this before where our site is and you know it well. So it's highlighted there so we can go to the next slide. And this, basically shows the property lines, the existing building, no new information for the board. But again, just to reacclimate. And these pictures were shown to you before, just kind of showing what a blight the site is today. It's just kind of a sea of pavement, but I'm not going to beat on the drum. You're familiar with it. You've seen it. So next slide. Okay. So, John, are you here? John Ogren?
Yeah, I am here.
Okay. You want to take it from here on the site?
Yeah, I mean, this was presented previously. This is essentially the existing site plan showing the extensive parking on the site and the existing building.
Right.
This was the previous site plan that was originally submitted to the board. Again, showing the layout of the building, the parking, entrances. I think this was just, we included this just so you can kind of get an idea of what's changed on the site from previous to what we have now for a design.
Yeah, notice in the left-hand corner, we originally proposed 124 units and we had 144 parking spaces. We had a 1.16 unit to parking ratio. As you well know, 1.5 is required under the bylaw. So there was a significant deficiency.
Okay, so this is the current updated site plan. The building has been reduced 40 feet in length, basically the long end that would face towards Main Street. And shortening up the building, we were able to get some additional parking spaces. We kind of reorientated the parking in the rear of the building. That enabled us to get 159 parking spaces. 77 are in the garage, 82 are on the surface, and that would give us a parking ratio of 1.5 of what's required in the zoning for 106 residential units. We were able to also kind of consolidate some of the green space or the open space kind of in that triangular piece in the back. Would be the southwest corner of the building, whereas before it was kind of spread out in that parking area.
I think it's important to note we've gone from 124 units originally proposed now down to 106 units. So we added parking spaces and we reduced units to get to that parking count that you required that we do. Okay.
So, good evening, Mr. Chairman. members.
Actually, can we just ask a quick question on that?
Back to the site plan, please.
Yeah. So at this point, the back of your building goes to Main Street. Did you look at flipping it so that the back of the building is towards Crystal Lake and that view and getting that farther away from Main Street? I mean, it looks to me, and I just can't do it graphically, but it seems to me you could just flip this thing if that's the size you want to keep and that's the shape you want to keep, and put the parking kind of in the front and just give more depth from Main Street back, and I'll also allow the view from all those back units to be out towards Crystal as compared to over the auto body shops and the used car dealerships.
Yeah, so.
Was that ever looked at?
Yes, it was. We spent quite a bit of time on the site plan, and we actually looked at view corridors from the units, and we actually felt like we were getting better views out of the units in this orientation, including some actual direct views towards Crystal Lake. I think your comment is a really good one. And I think what we tried to do in the redesign, we'll share with you here in a few minutes when we get to it, is, can you stay on the site plan, Ahmed, just for a second? What we really tried to do is not treat that like the back of the building and think about how to break down that wall. the perception of that as a wall. That was one of the comments we heard from the board last time. And so I think to answer your question quickly, we did look at it. And we think that the orientation we have here actually works better if we can resolve the long edge. And I think we've made some great progress there. So we'd love to share that with you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. All right, Ahmed, let's just jump in. Again, I know time is short. You guys have had a
Yeah,
long night.
Brian, can you just identify yourself for the board?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Brian O'Connor, Cube 3. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Appreciate your time. Going to go fairly quick here. So in this view, you can see Crystal Lake in the upper left there, and the idea is to really open this building up towards the lake. This edge, I think, is a fairly long edge the way it was previously designed. This is the older version of the building. And if you look down in the bottom left, you can see a key plan with a red arrow indicating the angle that we're looking at. Ahmed, if you can jump to the next.
Hold on a second here, Brian. Go back to that for 1 second. I just want to be clear so the board understands. This is what was originally presented to the board.
Yep.
So this is not the changed version. This is what we're proposing. This is what we, so we just want to be able to give you the comparison so you can see it. Just want to be clear on that. Go ahead, Brian. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine. So one of the things that I think is really important, and again, we're going to go quickly here, but we wanted to share the comments we heard and then the strategy for how we reduce the mass. Just taking away units doesn't do a lot unless you do it in a really thoughtful way and a constructive way for the town. So we heard about reducing density, sculpting the building massing, breaking down the massing with both materials and massing changes, adopting a more traditional language with stacked windows instead of offset, and then thinking about allocating green space, which has already been mentioned a little bit. So the strategy for this edge of the building is to carve away the massing, not just shorten the building, not just peel it back, but actually carve the massing away so that this long wall now becomes a series of buildings that you feel with sort of carved massing and step backs, both at the ends of the building and in the middle, as well as on the side towards Crystal Lake along the street there. So you can see on the far left, there's sort of a red dotted outline in perspective where we've shortened the building 40 feet. And then all these red pads are places where we've really pushed and depressed that massing down to reduce the number of floors and break it down visually. And if you jump to the next slide, Ahmed, we can see what the result of that is in the same view. So in the initial view, this was sort of presenting as a fairly long contiguous wall, only broken down by some material colors. What we have now is actually a shorter elevation of the building that presents itself as a series of masses that are sort of tied together by a little bit of a common base down at the bottom and a material palette that's now more diverse and strongly connecting things together in a way that actually feels like the building has smaller masses to it. So you can see these areas that were depressed red are now where that top floor is either pushed back or eliminated entirely. You can jump to the next, Ahmed. And this is looking at that front corner. So you'll notice this is the old view. So we're looking in the lower left here where the red arrow is. You're looking at kind of that main entry and drop off. And in the older view here, you can see these masses are fairly tall. You can see there's some sort of more modern window patterning on the left-hand side, and the building feels a little more monolithic. And in the next slide, you can see, again, the same comments, and let's go to the diagram here, Ahmed, where we again push the massing down and shorten the building. And again, these decisions are all being made from view corridors, from street edges, from points of view of the building to make sure they're having the maximum effect. So this is the result of that in the revised version here. Same view, dramatically smaller appearance to the building as these volumes come down and the step backs are happening in strategically important places. Over on the far right, you can see the sort of cutback we have where you have that outdoor area where it drops down, again, looking towards Crystal Lake, and then the front corner on the left-hand side, which has dropped an entire floor on that sort of pointy end of the building on the far left. From a material standpoint, we've spent quite a bit of time really thinking about these materials and how they would get applied. And you'll notice that there's actually a substantial addition of gray brick to this building over some of the earlier versions. We've really thought about making the masonry a more sort of important part of the building. It's now migrated to that front corner, kind of coming up through all of those floors on the left-hand side. The wood has been sort of used in much more restrained locations, and we've added sort of a more thoughtful palette to how the gray and the wood intersect with each other. And then I think we have another view of this. Yeah, so this is that front corner again in the previous massing version. And again, I think it's really interesting to note how much this changes from one to the other. If you can jump to the next, Ahmed, where you can see here, those masses really come down. So maybe you could bounce back, Ahmed, one really quickly, and then forward again. So you can see how the apparent, sort of volumetric styling of the building comes down. It feels lower on the front corner. It feels lower on the right-hand side at the street edge. And the material colors and palettes really help to break the building down as well. So this is sort of a strategic effort to do a better job managing the materials and the quality and location of the materials, as well as the massing and the steps in the building.
And Brian, can you go back to that for a minute?
Yep.
Just to point out the bottom part near the entry and all that, that's all gray brick, correct?
Yep. Everything that's dark in color here is now all masonry. So we really tried to double down on the visual impact and the quality at that
And
point.
I'm sure Jim will speak for himself. He's usually not shy about that. But that was kind of one of the things that we worked with him on was, the material part of it. And we all thought that gray brick was really unique, especially in that area, the junction area. Just it really added a lot of just a nice kind of, antique feel to the building.
Yeah, it should add some richness.
And just out of curiosity, when you've lowered these, you now have, let's just call it the third floor balconies or rooftops that are accessible from the fourth floor. Are they outdoor spaces? What are your thoughts with those roofs?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think we're still working through that a little bit. Some of these may end up being private patios for residential units that front on them. There may be an opportunity to do some common amenity space for the building. And some of those areas we may need to reserve as well for mechanical units. So right now in some of these renderings, we may not have glass rails in all those locations, but in this last view, you can see the roof deck on the right-hand side. That is intended to be a little bit more of a public amenity on that edge. So it's probably going to end up being a combination of things. And this is kind of the last view we wanted to share with you guys. This is the sort of before and after of the building edge opening up towards Crystal Lake. And I think here it's really in large part about shortening the building as much as we can, less to have an impact on this side and more to have an impact everywhere else on the main public thoroughfares.
Brian, this is Donnie Lowe from Kimco. If you could just describe some of the moves you've made towards traditional architecture as opposed to the original design, if you can just speak to that a little bit.
Sure. Yeah. If you jump back a few slides, Ahmed, I think the front corner. Yeah. So go to the one before this, the previous view of this front corner. Oh, the front corner is a good place to go, Ahmed. Sorry, the next series here.
This one. This one.
Yeah. Go back to the before and after here, if you don't mind. So I think one of the things we were originally trying to do is really cut a little bit of new ground here. And you'll notice there's a couple of things that make this feel like a much more modern building. And that, we had floor to ceiling glazing. We had a less apparent delineated floor lines between the buildings. We had offset windows. And even in the areas of the building where windows stacked, we had a lot of sort of back and forth patterning. And this was really a much more sort of contemporary building approach. And in the current version, if you could jump to the next slide, Ahmed, what we've really done is we've gone with, windows that very cleanly stack between floors, very apparent sort of floor lines between the windows. and no real attempt to sort of be playful here. This is a really sort of clean building form with stacking windows and traditional details that we think actually is probably more complementary to what's going on in this area of Wakefield. So I think you can also see this in some of the other views, particularly along the street edge. If you go to the perspectives we were just about to hit, Ahmed, the new ones. Yeah, I think here as well, Donnie, you can see some of this where each of these sort of building components has a clean sort of stacked look to it. They feel like they're more traditional forms. They're of a scale that's more complementary, and they sort of read as individual pieces rather than a building wall. Here you can also start to see how these breaks in the building are not just plan changes and not just elevation games, but you can really start to see how the three-dimensional mass of the building starts to read a little more clearly and is more apparent. And I think we have one view looking on Main from the other direction. Yeah, here we're sort of looking back in the other direction. And again, you can see these breaks in the building from these two views as well. I think that's it. I'm not sure that we have any other views. So I think in summary, we've made a strong attempt here to address the density and the scale of this project with really sort of thoughtful approach to the massing, a rethinking of the material palette and the way that works together, the colors and the textures, and then the organization, as Donnie said, of the building into much more sort of traditionally oriented forms and more conventional building details that we think will really feel better in the neighborhood. So I think
I could just mention one thing. It's Donnie from Kimco again. Is particularly from this view, I think the context of the building within the neighborhood, it is really somewhat shielded from the street by all the uses in front, and potentially those uses may change in the future, and this view will change, but it does really fit within the neighborhood, especially if there's a taller building across the street. So we wanted to note that it is a contextually a good fit for this area. Thank you.
So the first time I got directly involved in this would have been the first part of the design here. And I told them that basically we had to do something about the elevation along Main Street. They wanted to talk about the other side, but I said, you got to address this because it's terrible. It was just this long linear wall. And so I said, you got to break it down in elements at this point. And so they broke that down. And at the same time, we started to talk about colors, how to break it down beyond just what was talked about by Brian, basically about, making different sizes and cutting pieces out so that it looks more of an element. You don't see this, but it's one of the things we talked about. That black section that you see in this photograph basically actually is an element that runs through each building. So there are actually three of those. Can we go to the corner coming other direction?
Is that the one you want, Jim?
Yeah, that one. Okay. So the other piece was this black corner piece, basically. The way it was looking was the brown area, basically, in this corner, as you might remember briefly, was sort of all the same material. And I said, you got to make this corner accent itself and be more appropriate. And at the same time, break it down by bringing the white section over the top of it. And what was happening is we were actually working with this on SketchUp so we could try things back and forth along this whole thing. So we were doing it actively in our meeting as opposed to go and study this and come back. And then the next time we got together, basically it brought more of this thing and sliced and diced it a little bit more. So
Jim, do you want the massing model? Do you want us to put that up? Would that help you? We have it.
It's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Bring that up, Brian, for Jim.
Yeah, Ahmed, do you have that massing model handy?
Yeah, that one. Okay. So you can see the black running through runs through all the buildings, basically. And as pointed out Chip's comment basic about decks. We try to stay basically first with the massing and how to break it down. And then it started to basically add color. So we basically have 3 colors that run through this thing. And so it started to basically really define the breakdown even more. So whether those areas and those deck areas that now show up become an active space or not, I think that probably needs some study. The other, can we go to the lakeside for a moment?
This one, Jim?
Yeah, but make the current, yeah, that design. So the only thing I commented, and I think they picked some of it up basically, was to study this side, because unlike the other sides that vary a lot in color and light, there's very little variance in here. So I've said we want to break this down a little bit more on this side. And as you can see from this, the comment about let's see the lake more. Well, if you look at it, you've got a big V and it's all pointing right towards the lake. And the front, the entry to this building basically is more like a hotel entry in some ways, in the way it all works. So I think this is, you know, you can see it on the right here, lower end. So that black brick basically runs as an element basically across this whole front, and makes a really strong element here. And at the same time, I think the whole cutting and chopping of this thing breaks this thing down quite a bit from where we started with the first submission. So I'm pleased in the direction it's going, but as Brian said, we were at a point basically where I think it needs to come to you guys, and you need to basically have your crit of how this thing's going so we can go off and work on this more.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Board members, any comments?
Yeah, and the other thing I just want to add is, you know, what we as a team talked about today is, you know, we've got Jim Emanuel who's done a landscaping plan, but we're excited about unleashing him on this, because there's some incredible landscaping opportunities in the front of this building that really dress up that streetscape that's a disaster right now.
All right, in time, we'll get there.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd be happy to share my initial thoughts. I was one of the proponents that the first design was horrendous. What struck me today, and as I've looked at this a couple times, it really seems to me that it's got a very industrial look, like there's 3 different separate industrial buildings that have now been put together to become housing. And I think as you think about Wakefield as a town, you know, with Wakefield Rattan and some of the other industrial Foundry Street buildings, it really doesn't seem like one building. I think they've done a good job on the front, breaking it down into pieces. As I look at those Main Street pieces, I really thought it broke it down nicely. I mean, yeah, so I think as you start thinking about spaces and exterior spaces and outdoor spaces and common spaces, it'll be really interesting to see how this develops. Because the first one looked like a hotel. This looks to me like old industrial buildings kind of put together, created to make housing. That would be my first comment of what's happened.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Joe, I see your hand up.
Yes, thanks, Steve. Yeah, so Chip, you mentioned early in the meeting about that, like that long wall. I had that same impression looking at this earlier this week, but now like looking through it, that through the presentation, it does break it up a lot. Makes it a lot easier to the eye driving down that street, I think. I like this design 100% more, like a lot better than the last one. My only question, I guess, is the balconies up top. Are those going to be used as anything, or is it just roof material up there?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. We need to follow up with you guys. I think it's sort of a combination of potentially outdoor roof areas for the units that are adjacent. And some of those flat areas may not end up being occupied as we may need to put some mechanical equipment up there for the units below. Again, you wouldn't see from the street, but some of those may be occupied with private terraces, some may be public, some may end up not being occupied, but that's definitely the next level of study here.
Okay, yeah, just be careful on that one, because if you're putting equipment up there, then someone's gonna see it from the room, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, we certainly wouldn't do that. Understood.
With this, Joe, with this slicing and dicing we've done, lowering things and like, we've provided more opportunity for that opportunity, basically, option for that opportunity.
No, it's a great design. Thanks, Jim, for your help.
Same thing.
Tom?
Hey, thanks, Dave. And Jim, yeah, I appreciate all the work. I do like this a lot better than what was first shown. I still think it's too many units for this site. This is a really constrained site and presents some challenges, so I just think it's too much. I mean, you're right at the parking ratio. Does that include some spaces for visitor parking?
Yeah, they're included, Tom. Yeah.
Because I also think it's an opportunity, if the building was smaller, to add more green space and introduce more green in this area adjacent to the lake. And I just think the building's still too big right now.
Okay.
I should point out one of the difficulties is the two lots next to us. So there's no real opportunity to put lake adjacent greenery because we are separated from the lake by that, and unfortunately what's there is not very attractive. So if we were to put more green there, we'd actually need to fence it off, because you're looking at the back of essentially a trailer on the other property. So it's a little bit of a challenge to have, we would love to have lake facing green amenity, but the neighbors somewhat prevent that. Just wanted to note that.
Yeah, any more green in that whole area, looking at it now, it's lacking. So anything you could do anywhere on your site, if the building was smaller, would be an improvement. That's all the point I was trying to make.
And just real quickly, is this still residential only? Was there thought of a mixed use? I know we talked about it a bit and you didn't see opportunities for retail necessarily, but there are other potential mixed uses. Is that still on the table at all, or is it?
No, this is just residential, Dave. I mean, one of the things with traffic too is we're trying to, you start, there's no room for parking out front for retail, and you start mixing that in, it's gonna send the traffic issues in a different direction. And Kimco, as you know, as we said at the initial meeting on this, they are retail people. And if they do retail wherever they can, they just don't see a good retail opportunity here.
Okay, well, again, smaller building, more green, you mix it in a restaurant or a cafe. Doesn't have to be a convenience store, or a department store. It can be other forms of commercial. But okay, I just wanted to ask again because we did talk about that quite a bit last time too. All right, Kasumi, hand is up.
I was gonna piggyback to Tom's comment, because if that front part of the green area is more like part of just like the public way, or it's gonna be part of like part of the amenity space for the tenant. And maybe it would be nicer if you have some like tenant like activity green area on towards like the back of the property, because that front is like the major traffic sections, and I don't know if that's part of it. Seems like kind of missed the opportunity if that is just like the walking area.
Is that still like another level of study?
Yeah, I mean,
like what goes on in those other green spaces and other areas outside?
Yeah, we're gonna continue to explore that. I think that's what Brian was mentioning. We really need to unleash the landscape architects on this. We feel like that front corner is a really important part of the public realm visually in a lot of ways. And so what we don't want to do is fence it off. We don't want to isolate it from the community. It'll be sort of a multi-use space that residents and the community will both sort of be able to enjoy. I think, unless I'm misspeaking at all, Donnie, from your perspective, but I think it's a really critical corner to get right from a landscape, pedestrian, and sort of focal point for the project. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think Donnie, correct me if I'm wrong. I think we're kind of looking at that as a gathering area, right?
That's correct. And, you know, we've had other good experiences at other projects, and, you know, this building may be the first entry point for this whole area. There may be other developments surrounding it afterwards, and it can become a focal point of the area, prominent corner. And it could be a seating area for people. And we do not necessarily want to, you know, as Brian said, fence it off for just the residents, because we see it as a public amenity.
I mean, you know, it's the type of place that people could, you know, walk their kids, the middle school kids can meet their parents there. You know, I mean, what do they do now? Stand in the Mike's Gym's parking lot? So
Right, if there's some eateries around there, you know, it's a place to, you know, sit down, have a sandwich or something like that. That's something we've programmed into other projects very successfully. As far as green space for our own tenants, we did consolidate the green space in the back, and we are the southern part of the building. That deck is very likely has high potential to become an amenity, a green amenity roof up there.
Okay. Anything else, board members?
It's just very quick, Dave, and that's more just a response. This goes back to, I think, your, you know, call for some sort of retail or restaurant. You know, Mr. Lowe just said something about if there are any eateries around there, you could sit out there and have a restaurant or have a sandwich, and there really aren't any eateries around there. There's a Jiffy Lube across the street. I think Dunkin' Donuts is really about it. So that area calls for anything. So
Greg, you're forgetting about Morena's across the street and the Chinese restaurant on the
other side. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're right across the street, that plaza. That's all restaurants. You got the diner there, you got Morena's, and you have the Chinese restaurant.
Yeah. I mean, they have, yeah.
And then you have Nick's across the street, Nick's Pizza.
Okay.
I stand corrected.
Well, I frequent all those places. That's why I know. I'm usually down there every day for lunch.
Funny thing is, I do too, but I was thinking from a different side, Main Street area.
I was gonna say, Greg, don't be sleeping on Morena's. They're good.
My favorite place.
All right. Anything else, board members? Brian, that was the full extent of the presentation and the updates tonight.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I had, what did I have in my notes from last time? Yeah, TAC was on there. You said that. So you're going to go back to them with the new plan?
Yeah, we've got to get, well, they wanted more information from us because, you know, I think one of the things, as I said at the beginning, that they look at this project as an opportunity to not only reduce traffic just based on the use, which, by the way, is now even going to get better because we lost 18 units and it was better before. But they're saying that we might be able to do some adjustments to the intersection and work with them on that, in timing on lighting that they think could make some significant improvements.
Okay. All right. All right. If there's nothing else, we can open up to the public. So if anyone from the public has a comment or question about the information we've heard tonight, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting at this time. The rest of the people are all here for their hearings. Looking for a cup of coffee. All right. Seeing no hands, will close it to public testimony for the evening. All right, so what's next? I assume that the architecture massing will still continue to get a little more work, but again, sounds like headed in the right direction in general, but at least from some point of view, there's still some concerns about the overall mass, the size, the number of units on the site relative to green space. So, anyway. Hopefully you continue to look at that and still make it work. Maybe next is landscape.
Well, I think we're gonna continue to work with Jim on some of these issues. Because
Okay, so we're not there. We're gonna stick with the architecture a little bit and maybe, continue out.
Yeah, well, I think, maybe we want to show, we'll talk as a team because we might want to, show landscaping as it relates to this. And some of those public amenities that, I think, I just kind of go straight at things and I hear, the concern, I hear Tom's concern on size and units and stuff, and every project has its limit on what can be trimmed. And everybody knows that. So, I'm gonna have to talk to my clients about that because that's always a difficult thing to look at. They feel they've made a huge, in their financial pro forma to come down 18 units is a lot. So, I think we've got to look at that, and it's going to be difficult to come down anymore. I just want to be honest about that. But we'll look at everything. Maybe there's something else we can do on the massing, and maybe we can do landscaping. But we heard the comment. We'll talk about it.
Okay.
Ryan, I think you said Jim was concerned, as I would be, about I'll call it the sea that looks out onto Crystal Lake, that there wasn't enough.
Yeah.
On that corner.
Brian O'Connor, how do you feel about that?
On that side?
Yeah, because Jim, and Ahmed, I think, and Donnie, I think Jim had actually mentioned that at our last meeting, and I don't think anything was done on it.
And I would agree.
Yeah.
That corner looks still like the old design. It doesn't look like the front.
Yeah, no, it's got the old song whereby the rest of the building's got the new song. So
yeah.
Brian O'Connor, can you touch on that?
Got to get together.
Yeah, we can certainly look at that from a material standpoint. I think we probably carved away at the massing as much as we think we can, and we've done it in the most important places. But I think to Jim's point, we can certainly look at that back edge and play with the colors and the materials to get it on the same sheet of music, so to speak. I think that's a fair comment.
So given that, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would move that we continue this to the April 12th meeting. If they think that's enough time, or.
Yeah, it's 3 weeks. Yeah. We need to keep moving. So that would be great, Chip. And I think you need an extension on this till May 31st also.
Okay, do you just want to go to May? I mean, seems like we're gonna probably go past that.
Yeah, whatever you want, Mr. Chair. I mean, we're all trying to move as fast as we can. So whatever you want to go to June 30th, just to do it now.
Perhaps. I mean, again, it just seems like we still got to cover quite a bit of ground. I mean, so maybe June for this one, and hopefully we'll be much further along by then.
I mean, it doesn't matter how we could extend it out to 2025.
Yeah, but just June 30th is fine. That's fine.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. It's not like nobody's trying to not move this as fast as possible. So,
yeah.
June 30th.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we continue this to April 12th and accept the continuation of time to render a decision till June 30th.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? All right, regular voting members, Chip?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
And I vote yes, so that's unanimous. All right, thanks for the updates tonight, and we'll talk again in a few weeks, hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, on to new hearings. Still going in the order in which they are listed here, and 23-61 and 62, Diane Purcell, Trustee Purcell Family Trust at 71 Whittier Road.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail representing Diane Purcell is trustee of the Purcell Family Trust property at 71 Whittier Road. You're about to see me get extremely efficient, noting the hour and noting what's left on the agenda. So I hope you're okay. I hope you're okay with that. Because I think I can be efficient and accomplish the job at the same time efficient.
All right, let's
Okay,
go.
so I'll give it a shot. So this is a application for an accessory apartment. And the property is 71 Whittier Road. And I'm going to share my screen. John, I should say John Ogren is here with me tonight, although he might not have a lot to do with this, but he is here in case questions arise. So Diane is proposing to put an addition onto her house, which isn't a big addition. It's shown right here. So this is Whittier Road, and there's currently it's an old addition on the back of the house, which is going to get taken down, and then it's going to kind of get rebuilt, but rebuilt bigger. So it's all not new addition space. It's kind of taking up what's already there. We're not looking for any relief for the addition because the addition, it complies with zoning. It's a simple finding, which the building inspector allows additions of this nature. So we're not concerned with that. We're not creating any new nonconformities with the addition. So the addition can happen by right. This also required a filing with the Conservation Commission because of its proximity to wetlands. The Conservation Commission has already approved the project and issued an order of conditions. So we have two applications before the board. One is for the special permit for the accessory, and then the second is for a variance from some of the requirements under 19022, which I will I just lost my screen here for a second. If you could just bear with me. There we go. Which I will get into as we go along on the details of what the variance needs. But one of them relates to, and I'm going to show you on the site plan, it relates to the fact that we don't meet the square footage of the lot. We only have 10,000, 12,000 square feet is required. It does meet the frontage in the lot width. That's the other requirement. So I'll get into the aspects of the variance. I also want to quickly show you the architectural plan. This is the architectural plan where you can see we're calling it all new addition, but again, it's really not because there's a piece of the house that's being taken down where it's going to go. And the total footprint at the end of the addition is 2,032. And the accessory is proposed accessory is 37.5% of the principal house, which again is over the 25%, which you guys have jurisdiction on, which I'll get into in a moment as far as the standards. So that's what's being proposed, Mr. Chair. If I may, I'm prepared to go through the standards of the special permit and also talk about the variance requests in conjunction with that, if I may.
Real quick, can you just go back to the site plan where you received correspondence from the engineering department about a drainage easement?
Yeah,
So, you or John, if John's still here, I don't know if John's still there.
Well, if John can address that, because John and I talked about that today, and we talked to the town engineer about it. So thank you, Mr. Chair. Go ahead, John.
Did you have the site plan, or can you flip back to that, or
I can, yep,
like just
I can get it. Hold on.
I assume it's shown there somewhere?
Yep, hang on.
Just we received other correspondence. We saw the Concom memo.
There you go.
And this was the other one. I just want to make sure we covered it before we kept going.
John, can you handle this?
I can hear you. Yeah, there's actually, I believe the DPW engineering department submitted a letter today that, to the.
Sorry, John. Sorry, John. Brian, we're not seeing your screen if you were trying to show the site plan.
Sorry, John. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't know that.
Sorry, John, to interrupt.
There you go. Okay.
There we go. Thank you.
You got it.
Yeah, no, there was correspondence today. I saw today that engineering came back with that first comment. in regards to the proposed addition being in the drainage easement. And I had responded back to them just via email. And I think on the plan, there was a revised plan that we submitted to the Conservation Commission. And they wanted to show the extent of the excavation for the foundation, and that does go into the easement. But as you can see on this site plan,
This is the easement right here. This dashed line is the edge of the easement.
right, and that's 15 feet off of the property line. And you can see that we've labeled the setback to the proposed addition, kind of in the lower right, rear corner. It's 16 feet, so it's a foot off of that easement. So I just think it was just the plan was misread.
Yeah, and the engineering department sent an email back today saying, thank you for the clarification.
Okay.
So
I don't think we have that yet for our file, but okay.
Yeah.
I think I saw your email back to them, John, but I just wanted the other board members to see the benefit of that and just make sure we're all clear. Okay.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
Sure. All right, so on to the standards.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm under 190-32, as you know, I'm sorry, under 190-22, as you know, there are standards as far as an accessory apartment goes. And paragraph 1 states that it's the intent to allow them, which we've gone through before. Paragraph 2 states that to have an accessory apartment, the lot on which it is located must meet the minimum lot area, which, as I said, we don't in the lot width. We do meet the lot width. So one of the variance requests we have is for the non-compliance with section 2 of 190-22. And then number 3 requires the owners of the one-family lot upon which the accessory apartments be located is to occupy at least one of the dwelling units in the premises. This isn't a family trust of which Diane is a beneficial owner and was the original owner of the property. She will occupy the main dwelling, and her granddaughter, Taylor Purcell, is going to help care for her, and she will occupy the accessory unit. We have to file the declaration of covenant, which we're agreeable to do under the bylaw. Paragraph 4 states that the special permit is on a year-to-year basis. We acknowledge that, and we ask the board to waive the bond and surety as they normally do. Number 5 requires accessory apartment to be located in the principal dwelling. It will be. It's not a separate dwelling house or a separate building. Paragraph 5 requires a minimum floor area size of the accessory apartment. I'm sorry, paragraph 6, I apologize, requires a minimum floor area within the principal dwelling to be a minimum of 300 square feet, which we meet, but in no case exceed 25% of the habitable area, unless the board feels a greater or lesser amount of floor area is wanted by the specific circumstances of the building. This unit, accessory unit, is going to be in the back of the building. Nobody's going to see it. This is a house on slab. There's no room to do anything in the basement. So there's not going to have any impact from the front or the street. So we think that it is warranted, as has typically been allowed in circumstances like this, to exceed the 25%. Paragraph 7 states the accessory apartment shall not involve the extension or enlargement of the principal dwelling, which we are doing, as you know, by tearing off a part, rebuilding it, but adding to it. And we would request a variance from this section 7 also. One of the things that the board has to determine is that the apartment does not change the single family characteristic of the dwelling, which, as I've said, because it's in the back, it certainly doesn't. And paragraph 8 states that no more than one accessory apartment for a total of 2 dwelling units is permitted per lot, and is as evidenced by our plan that we do meet that requirement. So with all that presented and said, we're respectfully requesting a variance from section 2 and section 7 under the accessory bylaw. And
what about section 6, Brian, too?
Well, and that's included within the special permit itself. That doesn't need a variance. That it will, that will be included as part of the special permit, that it's in your opinion that a greater amount is is
Okay.
acceptable. or
We
warranted.
have discretion on that one without a variance.
Yes, without a variance. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Jim, you have comments?
Yeah, so everybody knows how I feel about additions on buildings before the fact, an existing building, but in this particular case, I stand aside from that because there is no opportunity except this opportunity, being that there's no basement. So I will vote in on this one.
Okay, thanks, Jim. Anyone else?
My heart be still.
Okay, hearing nothing, we'll open up to the public for any comment or question. If anyone has a comment or question, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting. I see a few Purcells here, but they think Brian covered it.
They're being quiet.
I just told them not to raise their hands.
Okay, we'll close with the public testimony then. So back to the board, yeah, so we need two votes, right? One for the special permit with the discretion to allow it to be larger than the 25% and the variance. So I think we should do the
Do
variance
the
first.
variances first, yeah.
Yeah.
So I move under section, Mr. Chairman, I move under section 190-22, section 2, and section and 190-22, section 7, to allow to provide a variance as described and shown to us in the plans this evening.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on that? Regular voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes,
Joe, Tom,
Yes,
and I vote yes. Okay, that's unanimous.
And I move that we grant a special permit under 190-22, given the circumstances that were presented to us this evening, that we allow section 6 to be greater than the 25% as permitted by the bylaw.
I'll second that.
And that yeah, no, that's all it is that one. Yeah.
Okay, he seconded it. Any discussion?
just a question. Brian, we usually waive the bond. Do we have to do that in our decision?
You do, yeah, you
They
do.
write it, and that we make a condition at the end, Tom, that we waive the bond by letter, and then.
Yeah.
And then Brian and Dave have the wording.
Yep.
Right,
Okay.
I was just gonna add that we'll put in the usual conditions on waiving that, as Brian pointed out in his presentation. That they'll meet that. Yeah, okay. Any other discussion on the motion? All right, same voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes,
Jim,
yes.
and I vote yes, so that too is unanimous. Okay, thank you for your
Thank you.
patience, Purcell family. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, next new hearing, 23-63 Albion Flower Inc. at 117 to 117A Albion Street.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Brian McGraw representing Albion Flower Inc., 117A Albion Street. This is an application for a special permit under Article 4, Section 190-23 of the Wakefield zoning bylaw for fast food in conjunction with a retail store service establishment in a residential use. There's a mixed use happening at this property. This property was before the board probably about maybe a month or two ago. I'm losing track of time, but we requested a waiver from the site plan review requirement, and the board granted it because it's an existing building. And what the owners are looking to do here is, I'm going to share my screen. This is just to refresh the board's memory. This is the lot, and this is why you waive the site plan review, because there basically is no, it's just a building on a lot with no access around it or anything. This is the building. I thought this might be helpful to. This is right behind Dunkin'. So if I'm looking at this building, to the left is the Dunkin' Donuts North Ave parking lot. So this is like right at the end of Albion Street, right where right where it meets North Ave, as you're coming from the squares on the right-hand side. So if I want to go to Dunkin' Donuts where this woman is, I would just walk the other way and take a right, and I'd be in Dunkin' Donuts. So what's going on in the building now is there's a couple of residential units above. There's been a hair salon here for quite some time. This used to be a dog supply store. The owners of the building now want to open a fast food sushi restaurant that won't have any tables. It's going to be all takeout, and that's why they want it to be fast food. This sign is not exact. It's not proposed. We're not looking for approval on this. This is in the sign overlay district. So we're going to have to talk to Mr. McBain and his friends at the design review, or, meet the requirements. So this is just shown as, just something. I can tell you this, Jim, they're just looking for an extremely basic sign with letters on the wall, maybe, some type of metal material with no lighting. They want a very basic small sign. But that's for another day. So, we would anticipate your decision would, specify that no signage is being approved by this proposal. So I think this is a fairly simple application. I think it's clear that it meets the standards required for a special permit. Certainly not going to have any, effect on traffic. It's not going to have any effect on drainage or sewage. I would respectfully request that the board grant the special permit.
Brian, is there going to be any cooking?
No.
Okay, so there's no vents, no ductwork coming up the side of the building, none of that.
No, and that was one of the requirements of the fire department, Chip, because when, I vetted this with them, where it's a mixed use, where there's a, residential above. And, so my clients don't want to have to sprinkle the building, and it's sushi, so they don't have a need for cooking.
It all comes prepared and.
Yeah.
I was wondering, because we had the town fire department letter there stating that, so glad you worked that out ahead of time, Brian.
Yeah, I didn't want to deal with that afterwards. I went down and met with them. So as far as the special permit standards go, the use requires a special permit. I think it's essential, desirable, the convenience of welfare. It's a nice takeout restaurant opportunity. It's going to fill a vacant storefront. Number 3, it will not create or add undue traffic and congestion. Pedestrian safety won't be impaired. Won't overload utilities like water, drainage, or the sewer system, as I discussed. I don't think it will impair the integrity or character of the district or the adjoining districts, or be detrimental to public health, convenience, or welfare. And finally, the requested use will, by its addition, not cause an excess of that particular use within that will be detrimental to the character of the neighborhood.
I don't think we have a lot of takeout sushi in that area.
Okay. Any other comments, questions, board members on this one? All right, once again, I'll open up to the public for any comments or questions. Please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting at this time. Seeing no hands, we'll close with the public testimony. So yeah, there's no real site plan. We waive that, Chip. So it's really, if you're going to make a motion, just on the use. Yeah.
Just a special permit, right?
For the use. Yep.
I move that we grant the special permit for the use under 190-23 to allow a fast food sushi establishment on this Albion Street address as presented to us this evening. And that they have met all the criteria necessary to grant this permit.
Second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? We'll condition the come back for signage, right, to be dealt with.
Excuse me, that we condition that we hold whatever the term is.
Yep. Once it goes to DRB, it'll come to us. We'll vote on that separately. Yep. Okay. Anything else, board members, for discussion? All right. Regular voting members, Chip?
Yes.
Joe?
Yes.
Jim?
Yes.
Tom?
Yes.
And I vote yes. All right, that too is unanimous and approved. Looking forward to place there. All right. Moving right along. 23-64 and 65, Patrick T. O'Neill, Patricia A. O'Neill at 26 Eastern Ave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Attorney Brian McGrail representing Patricia and Patrick O'Neill, 26 Eastern Avenue. The O'Neills are on with us tonight. This involves their property located at 26 Eastern Avenue. You might recall that in August 22, there was the O'Neills unfortunately suffered a catastrophic fire at this property. It was, I think, approximately 10 local fire companies responded to this 4-alarm fire on a late Friday morning at their family home. Thank God everyone's okay. Evidently the fire started in the top of the house near the attic, and it was a total loss. So the O'Neills were allowed to rebuild under Section 190-53 through the building department because what they were building was not substantially different than what was there. So they were able to proceed. But as construction has gone on, and they're very close to finishing, I actually took a ride by today, beautiful home that's being built. They determined that they think the property would be better with a farmer's porch. So that's the purpose of our application, seeking a finding under 190-50 and a variance for setback to allow a farmer's porch. And I'm going to share my screen to give the board an idea of what is being proposed. I think the first thing to share will be the site plan, and then I can show you the architectural.
Who did the site plan, Brian?
I'm sorry, Chip?
I'm trying to see who did the site plan.
That was done by Bartram Land Survey. Bartram, Bartram. And basically, the reason they were allowed to just do this under 190-53 to rebuild and didn't have to come back, they pretty much built the house on the existing foundation. And so even though they didn't have some compliance, they were allowed to do that. As you can see, the lot's under the 12,000 square foot requirement. But the building inspector has the power to make that call, and he did, and they've got a building permit, and they're almost done. They desperately want a farmer's porch on the house. It's really going to finish it off. And even though their address is 26 Eastern, because this lot was forever ago, it's a legal non-conforming lot. Because they front on two streets, as the board is aware, they need to meet the front setback requirement on both streets, which is 20 feet. The house meets the 20 feet. It's 21 on this side and 22, but they want to add the farmer's porch, which is going to only be, as you can see, 12 feet 8 from Court Street. So that is what they're requesting is a variance and a finding to allow that front porch to go on.
Brian?
Yes.
Do you measure that to the staircase? I thought it was to the edge of the porch because it's the element that's got a roof on it.
Yeah,
That's where
well,
the arrows are.
yeah, well, I think Jim's right. I think I think he's measuring it from here, right, Jim?
He's measuring it
Oh,
from.
he is. Yeah, it should
Yeah,
actually be
yeah,
16 feet.
but because it's a
15.
porch with the stairs, Jim, and the porch doesn't meet it, Benny wanted it from here. The building inspector,
Okay,
when I had talked to him on the while ago, because you can have an exception for your stairs, but if they're connected to a porch that doesn't meet the requirement, they're kind of coupled in with it.
all right,
You follow me on that?
yep.
Okay. So that's the site plan, and I'm going to show you the architectural plans, and I'm hoping.
Brian, just out of curiosity, is there any space? Is that Court Street right there, or is that the town line? And Court Street's really 5 or 6 feet from there.
I don't think, you know what I'm going to do, Chip? Hang on a second.
It doesn't matter. I
can bring up
just curious. That was a curiosity thing.
Yeah. So
Doesn't
what do you
matter.
want, if there's like a sidewalk there, Chip?
Or, well, sometimes the town land
Yeah, I'm sure that's not the
provides
pavement.
for the
Yeah,
chance.
yeah, the right of way is,
Pavement or the, yeah,
I think there's probably more room there, if you will.
that's what I'm curious about.
Yeah, yeah,
But I'm okay, don't,
okay. So then,
that was a curiosity question, not a need to be answered.
okay. Not at this hour?
Yeah,
Okay, and I just want to share the architectural to show you. I mean, these are the floor plans. I don't think you would be overly interested. This shows
No sidewalk.
no sidewalk, Jim.
No, it must go to the curb.
Probably goes to the curb. So this is the farmer's porch. And this is a rendering on how it's going to look. It's really going to add to the character of the house. And this is a side shot of it.
Brian, is that the actual side entrance or the front?
Yeah, well, the address, going back years ago is 26 Eastern. So it has a door on Eastern, but it also has a door on Court.
So technically, that's not the real main entrance. The main
Not,
entrance.
well, you know, I
will
mean, I don't
be,
know how
but-
the house lays out now. It really doesn't matter from a zoning perspective.
Yeah. No,
it really is the front.
Yeah, it really is the front.
only because you pick when you click on
Because
26
because
Eastern Ave, it shows the other side as the main.
yeah, I mean, the Eastern Ave and the new house, the Eastern Ave entrance comes into the family room. And, you know, this covered porch kind of leads into the main entrance of the house where you have the dining, then go back to the kitchen.
Mhm.
So. But I think it really adds to the character of the house. The other part of this, whenever there's a variance involved, I like to have my clients speak with the neighbors. Because I figure that question might be asked by the board. And they virtually have unanimous support from the neighbors. And Mr. Chair, I'll send this to you and Gail in the morning. But this is a letter signed by the neighbors. And I want to point out that 10, 14, and 6 Court, those are the ones that are across the street. So those are the properties they're going to look at this porch, which I think, quite honestly, and I guess they agreed, is more aesthetically pleasing than just a flat front of a house. I went by the house today. It's virtually done without the front porch. Gorgeous home they're building, but it looks plain on that side. It's begging for the front porch.
It looks like 6 Court has a front porch, the same thing that you guys are proposing.
Yeah. Trish, are you there?
Still asleep.
Yes, I'm here.
Trish, can you confirm the folks across the street have a front porch?
They do, yes, correct.
Thank you.
Okay,
And that's what we've got.
all right, thanks, Brian. Any other comments or questions on this one, board members?
Brian, can you just review again what we need for the finding and the variance?
Yeah, so what we're looking at, the first thing we're looking for is a finding under 190 -50. That the addition of the front porch, you know, because the nonconformities of the house as it relates to lots, the lot, I mean, Chip, as it relates to lot size, that it will be a finding, a determination and finding that the addition of the porch does not, it doesn't intensify the existing nonconformities of the lot size. And even in the event it did, it's not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. And then on the variance, we're looking for a setback variance.
Setback, yeah.
Yeah, and I would just call it a setback
variance. Okay.
Yeah, for the, you know, because who knows what's the front, so. but
And that's gonna be to 12 feet, 8 inches.
It's shown on the plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Did I open it up to the public?
No, you haven't.
All right, so I will. Just, if any member of the public wishes to ask a comment or question, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting at this time. Seeing no hands, will close it to public testimony.
I move that we find, in regards to 190-50, that the front porch as described this evening, as we've seen on plans, does not intensify the nonconformity. However, if it did, we would not find it more detrimental to the neighborhood.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, regular voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes,
Tom,
Yes,
and I vote yes, so that's unanimous.
I move that we grant a variance for the front farmer's porch setback from Court Street to be 12 feet 8 inches as presented to us by the site plan this evening.
I'll second that.
Any discussion on that motion? Same voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
thank you, Jim,
yes.
Tom,
yes.
and I vote yes. That's unanimous. Okay. Application approved.
Thank you very much.
Looking forward to seeing the
Thank you
finished
all.
result.
Appreciate
Good
it.
luck to you all. Thank you. Yeah. Have a good night. Thanks for your patience.
Have a good night.
I was going to say, I saw that portee at the beginning of the vote discussion.
All right. 23-66, 67, and 68, Mira LLC and Sky Group Investments LLC at 1 Audubon Road. Let's wrap up the evening with a talk of parachutes and whatever.
Yeah, I think we saved the best for last. This is,
There we go.
this
All
will,
right,
this will keep you awake, this proposal. It really is. I think it's pretty exciting.
Hopefully in a good way. I want you guys to make sure, I don't want to disrupt anybody's sleep or anything disturbing.
So, in any event, this involves a property that is located at 1 Audubon Road, and with me tonight is Anthony Goya, who is with Sky Group Investments LLC, and John Ogren. The applicants on this are Murrah LLC and Sky Group Investments. Murrah is the owner of the Sheraton Hotel at 1 Audubon Road. And what we're proposing here, and you will see, this is our introductory meeting to familiarize you with what we want to do, is we want to add a building to this site, which John will go over the details of that, which will house Sky Group Investment LLC's entity that goes by the name of iFly. And iFly is, we've been meeting with the town administrative staff on this for probably about a year, including Erin Kokinda, who is the economic development director, and she has written a memo to your board, which you received, in full support of this proposal. She thinks that this is an incredible benefit to the town. It's going to make Wakefield a destination point and bring a lot of people into Wakefield to learn about Wakefield, because they will go to iFly. So Erin is very excited about this proposal. We've met with the town administrator, who I feel my impression was, he was in the meeting with Erin, is very optimistic about this. And we have meetings with the building inspector to determine how the use would be classified under our bylaw. And Ben has classified it as a service establishment, and that's what he put it as. So a little bit about iFly, and Anthony's going to tell you a little bit more about it, but it's indoor skydiving. There's no feeling in the world like skydiving, and iFly has a state-of-the-art wind tunnel design to provide a service and experience, and to learn how to skydive and provide the experience of weightlessness to people. And it's for all ages. It's for people with all abilities or disabilities, as you will see, which is really intriguing. And it's interesting how it works. It's a vertical wind tunnel that has fans at the top to draw the air through the flight chamber and then push it back down the sides and return it through the air towers. And it leads to an inlet contractor that compresses speeds of air before it re-enters the flight chamber, and the result is a smooth column of air that enables you to fly. What really intrigued me, and I think intrigued Erin about iFly, Wakefield's fortunate that they want to come here because they love community relationships. They get involved with the school system to have local schools go there and experience and learn about flight and learn about weightlessness and experience it, and they teach them. As I've mentioned, they're handicap friendly and really, provide an opportunity for everybody to experience this. So with that said, before I get into the details of John showing the site plan, I thought it'd be helpful for Anthony to tell you a little bit about iFly, and then he has a couple of videos that we would like to share with the board to kind of give you the experience of it. So Anthony, could you kind of hop in here?
Yeah, certainly. I'd love to. So again, thank you all for your time. Boston has been one of our key target markets for years, and we've just now developed our most streamlined tunnel technology that allows us to get in much more tighter sites, which opens up the field and the landscape of opportunity for us. And the first place we wanted to come was Boston. So it's a great pleasure to be sitting in front of y'all and have this opportunity. And like Brian was saying, we generate a contained instance of free fall. So the physical dynamics of a skydive, we recreate that one-to-one. So it's the exact same physicality, except no airplane, no altitude. You are, safely in a building, and you get to experience the free fall, but also we facilitate the training. So in the physical and mental preparation, should one desire to endeavor a legitimate skydive, they are more physically ready and prepared to go do so. So as Brian mentioned, I could, speak for hours about this, but pictures are 1,000 words and videos are probably a few more than that. So I'm going to pull this pretty cool video we have developed. Let me find the browser here. Okay, here we go. Make sure the sound is on. Okay. Can everybody see?
Yep, we're good.
All right, awesome.
The dream of flight is as old as human imagination. One that transcends all cultures and ages. Until recently, only a few people could live that dream. But not anymore. iFly's mission is to make this dream a reality for everyone. In 1998, iFly created modern indoor skydiving by inventing the technology to make it safe and fun for all. iFly is not a ride. It's an interactive experience. You control how your body moves. You decide how high you go. Every flight is different, and every flight is better than the last. Here's how it works. iFly's patented high-efficiency fans power this amazing experience. They generate up to 120 miles per hour of wind that is directed down the sides of the tunnel, under the building, and back up into the flight chamber. The result is a smooth wall-to-wall cushion of air on which anyone from ages 3 to 103 can safely fly. To date, iFly has flown more than 6 million people on 4 continents and even at sea. iFly created the market and is now recognized globally as a premium entertainment brand. iFly operates 37 tunnels in 10 countries, with an additional 29 currently under construction. The company has identified more than 800 potential tunnel locations globally. Flying is no longer limited to a lucky few. iFly is making the dream of flight a reality for everyone.
So I hope that sheds a bit of light on overall what we hope to bring to your market, to your township. And actually this video is a bit outdated in the sense that we now have close to 100 tunnels. So we've continued building all through the pandemic. We were actually fairly resilient. As soon as people could go out, they wanted to have an experience. They wanted to do something sensational. So we were able to provide a bit of color back into the day-to-day lives through the pandemic. And we actually discovered that because of the nature of the air exchange in our system, our environment's actually, it was just as safe as being outdoors for kind of COVID transmission stuff. So we just sailed right through, and we're as successful as we've ever been. And it's really great for, it's a super regional pool. So within about 46-minute radius, it'll bring people all over into Wakefield. And I can share a presentation to kind of run through a few more of the, let's see.
Anthony, before you do that, because it's part
Sure.
of this, can you talk a little bit about your interaction with the community and the school?
Absolutely. Yeah. And I was going to get to that in the presentation, but I'm happy to bring it right to the
No,
front.
no, I don't want to mess you up. Go to this video and then you'll get to it. I just want to make sure you get to that because I think it's really
Of course.
intriguing.
Yeah, no worries. So as we come to Wakefield, we kind of want to create a cross section of our demographics. It's families, sport flyers are a portion, group events. So businesses, people like to bring their teams, their parties, their family, their friends. Like I said, again, businesses. And then as Brian mentioned, other events that we do for STEM education is really big one for us. So because we are able to create the conditions of a free fall inside of the the impact of the low impact environment of a closed facility, we're able to show and highlight experimentation with lift coefficients, drag, with how flight and how aerodynamics actually work. And upon those principles, we bring all the stuff that kids are used to learning on paper, and we demonstrate it in real life. And then they all get to fly afterwards. And if you walk into our iFly in Austin on any given day of the week, you're likely to see 100 plus school kids going, wow, wow, wow. And it's really rewarding to experience that. So we try to bring an educational component to the community. And we also, as you can see, we have an all abilities component, and we like to open up. It depends on how the operational team at any given facility, any given market, work with the demographics and the community. But typically on Wednesday nights, once every couple months, we will open the facility up for free and allow those of any ability or disability or physical limitation to come in and experience flight. So, no matter what their bodies can or cannot enable them to do in their day-to-day lives, they are the airflow, the flight chamber is the great equalizer, and everybody is equally free in that place to kind of float. And, I could go through the demographics and the age ranges and stuff. But I think as Brian mentioned, it's going to be cool to cut right to that video to kind of show a little bit about all abilities.
We can't see that, Anthony.
I'm unstoppable.
Yeah, 1 second.
You didn't switch screens.
This will not get me down. And if I get knocked down, I'm gonna be like Leo Pascal. You said you're gonna have some low moments in life, but when you do, you will have high lows. Take full responsibility for your life. Accept where you are and the responsibility that you're going to take yourself where you want to go. Someone said we have two primary choices in life. We can either accept conditions as they exist, or we can take the responsibility to change them. I suggest to you that if you are facing a challenge, don't stop. Decide that you're going to stand up to life. And all of these things that are happening to me right now, they're just temporary inconveniences. They're not stronger than I am.
They just had, it was pretty cool. It's coming to Sheridan. Cool.
Chip, I muted you. So you can have a private conversation.
So, I mean, as you can see, so starting with, obviously we have these bullets here about the highest standards of history. We've flown millions of flyers across the world. I mean, I think 8 million is now closer to like 14 or 15 million. Technology we are the inventors. We are at the forefront. We have, most of the patents across the entire spectrum of wind tunnel technology. And then the regulations, this is a big one down the left. So as you can see from the all abilities video, that connects right into this pillar, which is safety and the performance of our instructors. So, part of the first time you fly and as you continue to progress, if you're training or developing your skill set, is world-class coaching and training and safety. And our instruction team, we kind of created the standards for the international body of regulations regarding and relating to the preparation for someone to become an instructor. So they go through very rigorous preparation physically, and they spend hours in the airflow learning how to use their bodies to keep yours safe. And just in case, you might get out of, one flyer might get out of control. And that's pretty uncommon until someone attempts some kind of maneuver that they're not comfortable with. But in the 99.9% of cases when that's not happening, those instructors are your best friend. They are part of the community. They develop a relationship, and they're the ones in the airflow with you, ensuring that you have the best and safest time possible. So as you can see, sometimes one or sometimes up to two of those guys will be in there with an all abilities member of the community, and enabling them to kind of relax and surrender and be present without having to worry about the things that normally they carry with them on a day-to-day basis. So, I mean, it's all these things are constantly being refined by our organization, and they're very important to us. And the relationship we develop with you is critical as well. So as you can see in this next slide, we have probably the highest customer satisfaction scores in the market as far as, the type of experiences one can have at a brand level type of sensational, service, facility, training, preparation, or experiential entertainment. And so that continues on. Obviously, there's the STEM. You can see that they use different textures of objects that catch airflow differently. We drop water in the airflow and watch how the free fall of any particle that's fluid tends to become perfectly round in nature, and we'll suspend water droplets, and kids go nuts. And then again, it's just really another beautiful way to open their hearts and their minds to what they can do when they begin to learn, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. That gives them the power to change the world. And I remember being a kid in 5th grade. My teacher, she brought a roller coaster model that her son had made in engineering out of matchsticks, and it was a recreation of one of the most the world famous, one of the last wooden roller coasters that was ever developed. And all I could think of was, man, I'd love to build roller coasters one day for a job. And then I remember when I got this job with iFly, I thought, this may not be roller coasters, but it's my sort of version of it. And the getting into engineering is what opened the door for this kind of career path for me. So hopefully, if we can inspire more kids to take up the mantle of challenging themselves academically, we will empower them to, shape the world a little bit more beautifully. Again, the All Abilities Night, really critical for us. There's, if I believe when this ends up in Wakefield, it's going to be a way to go spend a Wednesday night, is just to be present with your community, to see the magic that this brings to families and stuff. So a little bit about our facility. So as you'll see, this is kind of an extract from what I'll show and what John may show from the current architectural plans that are, we call it the prototype, but it's the baseline representation of this current structure. The building is essentially the most minimal amount of skin that we can put on to accommodate the machine itself. So the entire facility is actually a living and breathing machine. And then we have the essential amount of operational real estate inside to accommodate customer flow. And so we've really stripped this facility down as much as possible, so there's not much fat on it. But you can see, as the video highlighted and as this kind of cross-section highlights, this next slide, this is our proposed facility to go into Wakefield next to the Sheraton. There will be a little bit of flexibility on some of the colors and some of there might be some striping on some of the panels, but this represents kind of the pure essential character of the building that we want to bring to the area. And you can see on the left, the kind of framing on how this machine, in this kind of dark blue section over here, the machine fits, it just tucks right in there. So there is not much else on it. And it's something that's really cool for us as we build, as we relate to the contractors, as we even bring this to the community. We're not just building an office building. We're not just building anything, something that's static. We're bringing, I got into mechanical engineering because I loved how engines work. We're conducting an orchestra with energy, and that's what this entire facility will be doing. and allowing people to relate to that machine. And I mean, it's just to see it, it's bizarre, it's odd, it's strange, but it's inspiring, it's inviting. And it really does spark a new kind of conversation, I think, in any given township. So this is the kind of stuff that excites me. So this is a little cross section from our site plan, and I can allow John and Brian to speak a bit more to into the area. But something that I think is really cool that we got to speak with the conservation committee early on is currently the area is primarily impervious coverage. It's all concrete and there's some containers and stuff. We actually planned to, when we tuck our facility into the essential spot on the property, we plan to reclaim a lot of the currently impervious coverage and make it pervious and reclaim it and bring it back to life and make it green space along the river there too. So hopefully it provides an aesthetic benefit to the community, as well as, you know, an effective use of the land to bring some another boost to your economics. So I hope that helps out. I hope that sheds some light on things, and I'll let Brian and John take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. So I hope that gives an overview to the board of what this actually is all about. And so John is going to talk about, just kind of go over the site plan tonight, the initial review of the site plan. We've got, you know, I know we're going to talk about architectural aspects of the building, which we can maybe save where it's getting late, but I do want to kind of touch on the site plan. And before John does that, I want to let the board know that we have like 4 applications that we need here. The hotel is legal non-conforming, so we need a finding. We need a special permit for the use. And we've requested a variance for some dimensional requirements and parking. When you look at the hotel, it's deficient on parking, and this doesn't add a lot to it. So, you know, I don't want to get into details of the reasoning of the parking, how we, you know, why we don't need it. We can save that for another night because we do have some information in that regard, and it's getting late. So I think probably the best thing at this point, John, is if you could, is to, you know, give a relatively quick overview of the site plan with respecting the hour of the day, if you could.
Sure. I don't have any cool videos or anything.
Yeah, you're kind of dull, so just make it quick.
So just one Audubon Road, just to get a quick kind of orientation. You have Route 128 to the south. You have Audubon Road. There's, I think, 7 through 11 Audubon Street is here. This area in here is Reedy Meadow. The Saugus River does flow along the easterly side, and part of it is our actual property line. And then over here you have Linfield and Market Street. This is just kind of a rendering of the site plan that we submitted. Kind of shows you the existing hotel, existing parking. There's an access road that runs through the property, and that does connect through to Linfield and Market Street. The property itself is approximately 6.9 acres. It is zoned in the limited business district. As to what we're proposing, so this is existing. This is the area that Anthony was talking about. It's currently paved. This is the area that we're looking to put the building and some additional parking. So this is the proposed building. We're proposing, it's about a 3,500 square foot footprint. We are proposing some parking spaces along here. There's 15 of them. Go to the little zoomed up version of this. We have a stormwater management area. As it is now, this parking lot essentially just sheets down into this paved area and then discharges to the river. We're introducing some stormwater treatment to improve that. Sewer and water and communications, electric. It's planned to go down this existing driveway and connect into existing utilities in that access road. And just to give you an idea as to the area, when we're done from the existing to the proposed in terms of impervious area on the site, we're actually reducing the amount of impervious area by about 9,600 square feet. Is that quick enough?
Yep. Was the zoning line, John? Is the zoning line here too, right? Can you go back to that with that building?
Yeah, this is the zone line.
Yeah. And our building is.
Actually, the zone line, it's pretty complicated. It basically follows the property line here, and then it continues out into Route 128. And then there's another zone line here that actually cuts through the property. The red line that you see here is the extent of the property, and this double dash line is the zone line, and it's limited industrial here. It's industrial to the north, and then down along 128, it's limited business here, and then it goes to single residence out into Route 128. And as I said, this is the river kind of along this easterly property line.
John, are they gonna use that back road as entrance to this area, or are you gonna go through the whole parking lot?
I think access would be either from this driveway here, from the access road, or they could come through the parking lot to the front of the building here.
Maybe one way's exit and the other way's entrance.
You don't wanna
We
interrupt
can't
the flow,
limit
though.
the hotel.
Yeah. Once people know it's there, they're gonna find their way.
Yeah, the other thing about this, and we'll get into the parking in more detail as we go on, but as Anthony and I discussed today, that virtually all their clientele is by appointment. Because you're not going to walk in here and be able. It's not like, hey, I'll go to iFly now, and no, it's high demand. So you've got to have a reservation in advance when you
Perhaps on a Tuesday in October, but the maximum we can accommodate in any given half an hour block is 12 flyers. So you might have 12 flying stage to fly, and then 12 in a classroom session doing their preparation and training. So it's a pretty low traffic, pretty low parking impact.
But we'll get into some details on that.
Brian, does the hotel have any involvement with this or no?
Not the ownership of this. It's basically a land lease, but not the ownership. Correct, Anthony?
Well, they are responsible for bringing utilities.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, but as far as the business, the operation of the business.
But no, as far as operation and business, there's no relationship. Strictly.
So they own the land, they're just kind of like subleasing it kind of thing?
Correct.
Well, at least we'll get rid of the cargo containers over there.
Yeah. So happy to answer any questions the board might have at this point, Mr. Chair, recognizing the hour.
Yeah, are you planning on going to Concom at the same time you're coming to us?
Yes.
Yeah, we have not filed with conservation yet, but I plan to within the next week or so.
Okay, because, yeah, good.
Yeah.
And we have a letter from them. They acknowledge that, so.
Yeah.
No, I just don't want to get to
It's
the
in-
point. where, like,
And
you get
I want to,
so
one thing
far down the road
one
and
thing I want to point out and kind of get out of the way here is, because I know the engineering department pointed out some of the parking spaces on the hotel property kind of encroach on the right of way. And they've been like that for like 1,000 years. So, it's not, they're there and it's never been a problem. So, but I just wanted to point that out. We're certainly not we don't want to remove them.
Okay.
So that's our presentation tonight, Mr. Chair. Is there any
Okay.
more questions? Otherwise, we request that we can continue this, and I think, you know, at that point at the next meeting, we can talk a little bit more about the architectural aspects of the building. That I'm sure you folks are gonna be interested in. And we can talk a little bit about the you know, the parking aspects and stuff like that.
Okay, sounds good. Anything else, board members? All right, any member of the public that's still left with us? Want to make a comment or ask a question, please raise your hand in the Zoom meeting. Seeing no hands, we'll close it to public testimony. All right, so 3 weeks. Yep, we'll keep it
I
moving.
move that we continue this to October 12th.
October.
How about, how about April?
That's not keeping it moving.
Financing might be more effectively cheaper by October, so.
I was gonna say.
Yeah.
I'll second
We
that.
have to refinance by October.
All right, any discussion on the motion to continue? Our regular voting members, Chip,
Yes.
Joe,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
Tom,
Yes,
and I vote yes. So thank you for the initial presentation, exciting opportunity. We'll talk to you in a few weeks and I appreciate your patience. Just so.
Oh, no worries, and I appreciate your time.
Did the
tonight, guys.
agenda,
Thank you.
so. But thank you.
Gail's next party can be here.
All right, have a good night.
Cheers, Joe.
Night.
All right, board members, clerk of board comments, anything to bring up tonight? No? Okay, good. Approved minutes of March 8th, 2023.
I move that we approve the minutes of March 8th, 2023.
Seconded.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Yes.
Everyone, aye. Kasumi?
Aye.
Yeah,
Aye.
there we go. All right, good. There's nothing else. A motion
I
to
move that
adjourn.
we adjourn.
Seconded.
12 o'clock.
welcome, Kasumi.
No, not quite 12. We beat it.
Yeah, they're not all this late, but.
Assuming this is a good quick one.
What do you mean? Yeah, they
Wait
are.
till we go longer.
I'll bring coffee next time.
Kasumi's like, what did I get myself into?
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Meetings adjourned. Thanks
Thank
for your
you.
time. Talk to you
Good
now.
night.
Good night.
Talk to you soon.